Imagine living every day without needing anyone's approval. Imagine saying what you believe, doing what feels right, and making decisions based on your values, not on what others might think. That is real freedom. But let's be honest, how many times have you changed your words, your actions, or even your dreams just to be accepted, just to be liked? We've all done it. We've all held back who we really are to fit in, to avoid judgment, or to keep the peace. But here's the truth. The more you chase approval, the more you lose yourself. The more you try to be liked by everyone, the more you become a stranger to yourself. Today, you're going to hear 15 powerful Stoic truths that will help you stop living for others and start living for yourself. These are not just nice ideas. They are timeless lessons that will challenge you to be honest, strong, and unshakable, no matter who approves or disapproves. So get ready, because after this video, you will stop apologizing for who you are. You will stop living for likes and start living for purpose. But before we begin, I want you to make a promise to yourself. Write this in the comments. Starting today, I will stop trying to be liked. I will live with truth. I am Stoic. This is not just a sentence. It's your reminder that freedom starts when you let go of fear and choose to live by your principles. Say it, write it, repeat it until it becomes who you are. Let's begin. Number 1. Approval addiction is a form of emotional slavery. Stop for a moment and ask yourself, how much of what you do, say, or think is truly your own, and how much of it is shaped by the fear of what others will think of you? Let's be honest, most people live their entire lives trying to be liked. They dress a certain way, speak a certain way, act a certain way, not because it reflects who they really are, but because they're terrified of being judged or rejected. But here's the hard truth. If your peace depends on someone else's approval, then your peace isn't yours. It belongs to them. This isn't freedom. This is emotional slavery. When you live for likes, you become a prisoner of opinions. You give other people the power to decide your worth. You let strangers, or even friends and family, become the judges of your confidence, your dreams, your self-respect. Every time you say yes when you want to say no, every time you stay silent when you want to speak up, every time you hide a part of yourself just to be accepted, you're putting on invisible chains, chains that grow heavier over time. The Stoics knew this. They understood that freedom isn't just the absence of physical chains, it's the ability to live according to your own reason, your own values, your own truth. Epictetus, who was born into slavery, said it best, "No man is free who is not master of himself." You can live in a free country, speak whatever language you want, walk wherever you please. But if you can't say what you believe because you're scared of losing approval, you're not free. Here's the problem. We're trained from a young age to seek validation. In school, we're rewarded for fitting in. At work, we're praised for being agreeable. On social media, we measure our worth by the number of likes and followers we get. We start to believe that if people don't approve of us, we must be doing something wrong. But what if the opposite is true? What if the path to truth, to strength, to real peace actually begins when you stop needing approval? Think about this. When you care too much about being liked, you stop being honest. You hold back your opinions. You soften your truth. You hide your uniqueness. You become a watered-down version of yourself. And in trying to please everyone, you lose the one person who matters most, you. Freedom means being able to look in the mirror and say, I lived today by my values. I didn't perform. I didn't fake it. I didn't change who I was just to avoid discomfort. That's what the Stoics aimed for, Not comfort, not applause, but inner strength. So, the next time you feel that pressure to conform, stop and ask yourself, am I doing this because it's right, or because I'm afraid of what they'll think? If it's fear that's guiding you, you're giving away your power. Reclaim it. Start small. Say what you truly think in conversations, even if it's not popular. Set boundaries, even if it upsets someone. Share your ideas, even if they're different. The more you do this, the more your mind will learn that you don't need approval to be at peace. You just need courage. And when you face the fear of rejection, because you will, remember this: the people who matter will respect your honesty, and the ones who don't, let them go. You weren't born to live someone else's idea of who you should be. You were born to live with truth. So make a choice today. Stop chasing likes. Stop begging for acceptance. Stop shrinking to fit the mold. You don't need permission to be yourself. Let this be your mantra. I would rather be disliked for who I am than praised for who I'm not. Because that is what true freedom looks like. And the Stoics would tell you it's the only kind worth living for. Number 2. The need to be liked is rooted in childhood survival instincts. Let's go back in time, not just to your childhood, but way before that. Back to the days when survival meant being part of a tribe, when being accepted by the group wasn't just a nice feeling, it was life or death. Back then, rejection meant danger. If your tribe didn't like you, they could cast you out. And if you were alone, your chances of survival dropped fast. There were no supermarkets, no police, no phones, just the wild. So your brain learned one thing: stay safe by fitting in, be accepted, or risk everything. And here's the problem: that ancient instinct didn't disappear. It's still there. Even though the world has changed, your brain still reacts to rejection as if it's a threat. Even today, when someone disapproves of you, ignores you, or criticizes you, your heart races. Your mind panics. You feel it like an attack. Why? Because your nervous system is wired for survival. But here's the truth: you are not in danger anymore. You're not in the jungle. You're not depending on a tribe to protect you from predators. You're not going to die if someone unfollows you, disagrees with you, or gives you a strange look. Still, your brain hasn't gotten the message. It keeps running old programming. It tells you, don't speak up. What if they don't like it? Don't be different. What if you're rejected? Hide your truth. What if they walk away? This is the ancient mind speaking. And it's time to stop letting it run your life. Because freedom begins when you see the instinct for what it is. Just a leftover survival strategy. And once you see that, you can choose differently. You can respond with wisdom, not fear. You can say, thank you, mind, for trying to protect me, but I am not in danger. I don't need to be liked by everyone. I just need to live by my principles. The Stoics understood this long before science explained it. They knew that fear of judgment was natural, but that doesn't mean it should control you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that people would criticize, misunderstand, and disagree with him. But he refused to let that stop him from doing what was right. Why? Because his goal wasn't to be liked. His goal was to live with integrity. The same choice is in front of you. Think about how many things you've said yes to in your life just because you were afraid to say no. Think about how many times you've gone along with the crowd, not because you believed in it, but because you didn't want to stand out. That's not freedom. That's old fear in new clothes. And the only way to break free is to recognize the root of that fear. You are not a child anymore. You are not helpless. You do not need everyone's approval to feel safe. You are strong enough to stand on your own. You are wise enough to choose your own path. And you are brave enough to walk it, even if others don't follow. So here's what you do. The next time that need to be liked rises up in you, pause, breathe, and ask yourself, is this fear coming from truth or from a reflex? Because you don't need to fight your instincts, you just need to understand them. And once you understand them, you take back control. Remember this, your worth is not measured by how many people approve of you. It's measured by how closely you live in line with your values. That's where true peace lives, not in applause, but in self-respect. So stand tall, speak clearly, live truthfully. You don't need to be liked by everyone. You just need to stop fearing what happens if you're not. Number 3. You cannot be authentic and universally liked at the same time. Let's get one thing clear. If your goal is to be liked by everyone, you will never be free. You will always be performing, always editing yourself, always hiding the parts of you that someone, somewhere, might not approve of. You'll become a version of yourself that's easy to digest, safe, predictable, agreeable. But you won't be you. Why? Because authenticity threatens conformity. When you are real, truly real, you shake things up. You say what others are afraid to say. You stand where others would rather stay silent. You walk paths that others don't understand. And that makes people uncomfortable. Not everyone will like it. But that's the point. You were not born to make everyone comfortable. You were not born to fit in. You were born to live a life that's true, not just accepted. And here's what you need to understand. Being authentic and being liked by everyone are two opposing goals. The more you lean into your truth, the more you will challenge people's expectations. You will disrupt their assumptions, and not everyone will thank you for it. Some will resist, some will judge, some will even walk away. Let them, because trying to please everyone is a guaranteed way to lose yourself. You will become a watered-down version of who you are. You'll start saying yes when you mean no. You'll stay quiet when your soul is screaming to speak. You'll become a mirror reflecting back what others want to see, never showing your true reflection. But ask yourself this, what's the cost? The cost is your freedom. The cost is your peace. The cost is your self-respect. The Stoics knew this. They didn't live for approval. They lived by principle. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." In other words, growth requires rejection. Honesty requires risk. Strength requires standing alone sometimes. Marcus Aurelius didn't shape his decisions around what made people like him. He shaped them around what was right. He led an empire, but he never let the noise of public opinion drown out the quiet voice of reason within. He knew, you can't lead and follow the crowd at the same time, and neither can you. Here's the truth. Realness offends the fake. Confidence triggers the insecure. Integrity threatens the dishonest. So, if you are living authentically and someone reacts negatively, it doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It often means you're finally doing something right. So stop apologizing for being yourself. Stop trying to explain your truth just to be understood. Some people will never get it, not because you're unclear, but because your clarity exposes their confusion. And that's okay. You don't need everyone to like you. You just need to like who you are when you're alone. That's where freedom starts. Not in the applause, but in the silence. When you know you lived this day with truth, with courage, with no masks and no filters. So here's your reminder. You cannot be both authentic and universally liked. Choose one, And if you have to choose, always choose to be real, because being liked is temporary. It changes with opinions, moods, trends. But being real, that's forever. It anchors you, it grounds you, and it makes sure that when your head hits the pillow at night, you can rest with peace, knowing you were honest, not just liked. So go ahead, say what you mean, show who you are. Stop editing your truth to fit someone else's comfort. The world doesn't need another copy. It needs you. Number 4. Freedom means making peace with being misunderstood. Let's face it, being misunderstood hurts. You try to be honest, and they twist your words. You follow your path, and they question your choices. You speak your truth, and they label you as difficult, arrogant, selfish, or cold. And part of you wants to jump in, explain yourself, defend yourself, clear things up, because deep down, you still want to be seen correctly. But here's the truth. Not everyone will get you, and that's okay. It's not your job to be understood by everyone. It's your job to understand yourself and stay true to what you know is right, even when others don't see it. Freedom begins the moment you stop scrambling for approval, but it matures when you stop scrambling for understanding. Because the need to be understood is just another form of control. It's trying to manage someone else's thoughts, reactions, and opinions, and the Stoics would tell you those things are outside your control. Let them misunderstand you. Let them misread your silence, your distance, your passion, your decisions. You are not here to be explainable. You are here to be honest. You are not here to live in a way that makes sense to everyone. You are here to live by principle, not popularity. Marcus Aurelius led an empire full of voices, some praising, some criticizing, some confused by his discipline and simplicity. But he never let that noise shake his inner clarity. He reminded himself, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." That's the trap. You know what's in your heart, but you start living like a performer, editing your life so it makes sense to others. You water yourself down, soften your edges, hide your depth, all so no one misunderstands you. But here's what happens when you live like that. You begin to misunderstand yourself. You lose touch with your own essence because you're too busy translating it for others. Ask yourself, how much time and energy have you wasted trying to make people get you? Trying to explain your silence, your ambition, your independence, your path? How many moments have you spent replaying conversations, wondering if they took you the wrong way? Let it go. Let them think what they will. Because peace doesn't come from being understood. Peace comes from knowing you lived in alignment with your values. Peace comes from saying, I acted with integrity, even if they don't see it that way. Peace comes from trusting yourself, even when others doubt you. And here's a deeper truth. Sometimes people don't misunderstand you by accident. Sometimes they misunderstand you on purpose, because the real you makes them uncomfortable, because your clarity highlights their confusion, because your independence threatens their control, and no amount of explanation will fix that. So stop trying. You do not owe the world your translation. You owe it your truth. Let your life be your message. Let your actions speak. Let your principles guide you. And understand this. The people who are meant to walk with you, those who truly respect you, they won't need everything explained. They will feel the honesty in how you live. And for the rest, let them talk. Let them guess. Let them misunderstand. You are not here to be perfectly explained. You are here to be free. And freedom means making peace with the fact that sometimes your soul won't fit into their narrative. That's not your burden to carry. That's their limitation to accept. Number 5. The fear of not being liked silences the soul's voice. There is a voice inside you, not the one shaped by fear or doubt or other people's expectations. A deeper one, the voice of your soul. The one that knows what you truly believe, what you truly feel, and what you were truly meant to say. But here's the tragedy. Most people never let that voice speak. They silence it. Why? Because they're afraid. Afraid that if they speak the truth, they won't be liked. Afraid that if they show up as they really are, unfiltered, unedited, and unapologetic, someone will disapprove, someone will judge, someone will walk away. So they play it safe. They choose silence over honesty, comfort over truth, acceptance over authenticity. And with every moment of silence, something in them fades. The Stoics would have called this a betrayal, not of others, but of the self. Because when you censor your truth just to be accepted, you are not being kind. You are not being wise. You are being afraid. And fear is the enemy of freedom. Let's be clear. Every time you hold back your truth just to keep the peace, you create a war inside yourself. Every time you dilute what you believe to avoid rejection, you poison your own integrity. Every time you speak to be liked instead of to be honest, you train your mind to forget who you are. And slowly, you start to lose your own voice. But your voice, your real voice, is sacred. It's not meant to be hidden. It's not meant to be reshaped to fit someone else's standards. It's meant to be heard. The Stoics lived by this. They didn't say what was popular, they said what was necessary. They didn't speak to win applause, they spoke to express reason and truth. Even when it hurt, even when it cost them something, because they knew unfiltered self-expression is a radical act of freedom. You want to live free? Start by telling the truth. Say what you actually mean. Stand by what you actually feel. Speak what your soul knows to be real. Will everyone like it? No. Will some people misunderstand? Yes. Will it be uncomfortable? Often. But it will also be powerful. Because the moment you stop filtering yourself to be liked is the moment you start truly respecting yourself. And here's the thing. Your soul's voice doesn't need to shout to be heard. It just needs to be allowed. It needs space. It needs honesty. It needs the courage to speak, even when it shakes. Think about how many things you haven't said because you were afraid. How many boundaries you didn't set. How many ideas you kept inside. How many I disagree moments you swallowed. And for what? To be liked? To be accepted? To avoid awkwardness? And what did it cost you? The Stoics believed in aligning your inner life with your outer life. That means living so that what you think, what you feel, and what you do are all in harmony. That only happens when your soul's voice leads the way, not fear. So today, make a new decision. I will not silence myself to be liked. Say what matters. Say what's honest. Say what your inner wisdom is whispering, even if your voice trembles, even if it's not polished, even if someone doesn't approve. Because your truth is not supposed to make everyone comfortable. It's supposed to make you whole. And when you speak from that place, from soul, not ego, from truth, not fear, you send a message to the world. I am not here to fit in. I am here to live free. Let your soul speak, and let that be enough. Number 6. The more you seek to be liked, the easier you are to manipulate. Let's speak the truth. If you're always trying to please everyone, you are an easy target. Because here's what happens. When your goal is to be liked, you start bending. You bend your time, your values, your energy, your words. You bend so much that eventually you forget what it feels like to stand tall. You say yes when you want to say no. You agree just to avoid conflict. You sacrifice your peace to keep others comfortable, and most of the time, it doesn't even feel like a choice. It feels automatic, like you have to, but you don't. And the more you believe you do, the more open you are to being used. People pleasers rarely get peace. They get drained. They get walked on. They get manipulated because the people around them can feel it. They can feel that fear of rejection, that hunger for approval, that deep discomfort with disappointing others. And some people, consciously or not, will use that against you. They'll pressure you, guilt-trip you, expect things from you without giving back. And you'll keep giving, hoping to be liked, hoping to be seen as good, kind, helpful, loyal. But let me ask you this. What good is kindness if it comes at the cost of your truth? What value does loyalty have if it means betraying yourself? The Stoics were not cold people. They valued harmony, justice, and community. But they also believed in personal sovereignty, the ability to govern yourself, rather than being governed by the moods, needs, and opinions of others. And when you live to be liked, you give that power away. Freedom means having boundaries, and boundaries always come with risk. The risk of being misunderstood, the risk of being called selfish, the risk of disappointing people. But those risks are necessary, because without boundaries, you don't have relationships. You have arrangements based on fear. The Stoics taught that what others expect of you is not your responsibility. What matters is what you expect of yourself. Do you expect yourself to be honest, to live with principle, to use your time wisely? Then act accordingly. If someone doesn't like it, let them not like it. You cannot build a strong life on the shifting ground of other people's preferences. Here's the hard truth. The person who cannot disappoint others will eventually disappoint themselves. Every single time. You'll end up saying yes when your soul is screaming no. You'll spend energy on things that don't matter. You'll carry guilt for not doing more, even though you're already running on empty. And worst of all, you'll lose touch with the deepest part of yourself, the part that knows what you truly want, what you truly value, and what you truly need to say. So here's your challenge. Stop trying to be the one that everyone likes. Start being the one who respects their own limits. Say no when you need to. Speak up when something feels off. Walk away when your peace is being used as someone else's comfort zone. Will some people call you difficult? Probably. Will you lose a few relationships along the way? Maybe. But you'll gain something far more important, yourself. You'll walk with clarity, you'll speak with power, and you'll stop feeling like a puppet in other people's stories. Freedom doesn't mean never caring what anyone thinks. It means caring more about what you think when you look in the mirror. It means knowing your values and refusing to trade them for temporary approval. So stop asking, will they still like me if I say this? Start asking, will I still respect myself if I don't? That's the question that leads to strength. That's the question that leads to freedom. Number 7. Rejection is a compass pointing you toward your true path. No one likes being rejected. It stings. It shakes you. It makes you question yourself. You show up as you are, honest, open, real, and someone turns away. They say no. They walk out. They criticize. They ghost you. And your first thought might be, what did I do wrong? But here's what the Stoics would tell you. You didn't do anything wrong by being yourself. You simply revealed the truth, and the truth filtered out what doesn't belong. Rejection is not a failure. It's information. It's not punishment. It's redirection. It's not the end of your story, it's the beginning of a truer one. Every time someone rejects the real you, they're doing you a favor. They're showing you that they're not aligned with your path, your values, your energy. And that's not something to grieve. It's something to honor. Because what's the alternative? You could fake it. You could try to be someone you're not, just to keep people around. You could water down your truth, stay silent when it matters, agree when you disagree, all so you won't be rejected. But then you're not being loved. You're being tolerated. You're not being seen. You're being managed. You're not building real connections. You're building cages. And the worst part? You'll always be living in fear. Fear that if they really knew you, they'd leave. Fear that if you ever spoke your truth, it would all fall apart. So you stay quiet. You stay small. You keep playing a role. But deep down, you know, this isn't freedom. The Stoics believed that what is truly good for you cannot be taken away. That includes the people and paths that are meant for you. If something falls away when you show up honestly, it wasn't built to last. It wasn't meant for the real you. And that's not a loss. It's a clearing. Think of rejection as a filter, a sorting process. Every no you receive when you're being authentic is one step closer to the yes that's aligned with your soul. So stop chasing what's walking away. Let it go. And instead of asking, why did they reject me? Ask, what did this rejection protect me from? Because sometimes rejection saves you from years of pretending. Sometimes it saves you from becoming someone you're not just to fit into someone else's life. And sometimes it pushes you toward the places, people and paths that actually make sense for who you truly are. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." The Stoics saw obstacles not as blocks, but as guides. Rejection is the same. It shows you what's not for you, so you can stop wasting your time trying to force something that's not aligned. So next time you feel that sting, that sharp pain of being misunderstood, dismissed or turned away, pause, breathe, and say this to yourself: this is not the end. This is guidance. You don't have to fight rejection. You don't have to resent it. You can welcome it. Because every time life closes a door when you're being real, it's helping you find the door that's already open, the one that leads to truth, to alignment, to peace. The people who are meant to walk with you won't need convincing. They won't need you to shrink or adjust or explain. They'll meet you as you are. They'll recognize you, and when that happens, you'll feel it. No tension, no mask, no fear, just truth. But you won't get there by avoiding rejection. You'll get there by embracing it. So the next time someone rejects the real you, don't collapse. Don't twist yourself into someone you're not just to win them back. Stand tall, say thank you, and move forward. Because that rejection just cleared space for something real, something honest, something that fits. Number 8. Freedom is found in internal validation, not external applause. There's a moment, usually quiet, when you do something that feels right deep in your soul. You don't announce it. You don't ask for permission. You don't wait for applause. You just know. This was the right thing to do. That moment, that's freedom. It doesn't come with fireworks. It doesn't come with likes or comments or praise. It comes with peace, with alignment, with inner approval. And that is more powerful than any compliment the world could ever give you. But most people never feel it. Why? Because they're chasing something else. They're chasing applause, validation, recognition, approval from people who don't even truly know them. And here's the problem. When your worth is built on applause, you'll never feel stable. One minute they cheer you on, the next minute they criticize. One moment you're the hero, the next you're forgotten. You become a prisoner of noise, up when they praise you, down when they don't. But the Stoics didn't live for applause. They lived for truth. They measured success not by how others reacted, but by how closely they followed their principles. If what they did was wise, just, courageous, and self-controlled, that was enough. Marcus Aurelius ruled the Roman Empire, yet he reminded himself constantly not to be swayed by the crowd. He knew that the same people who cheer you today might turn on you tomorrow. He wrote, "It is not the applause of others that gives us peace, but the approval of our own conscience." Let that sink in. Because applause feels good, but it's temporary. Self-respect lasts. Think about how many times you've done something just to be noticed. You over-delivered. You said what you thought they wanted to hear. You dressed or acted a certain way, hoping to be praised, hoping to be accepted. And maybe you got what you wanted for a moment. But then what? The praise faded, the excitement passed, and you were left chasing the next round, the next opinion, the next thumbs up. That's not independence. That's addiction. Real strength comes from knowing that you don't need to be seen to know your value. The Stoics called this self-trust. It's quiet. It's steady. It doesn't try to impress. It just is. And that's rare today. We live in a world built on attention. But attention is not the same as value. Fame is not the same as virtue. And applause is not the same as peace. So how do you shift? Start by turning inward. Ask yourself, not others, was I honest? Was I brave? Did I stay true to my values? Did I do the right thing even when it was hard? If the answer is yes, let that be enough. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to perform. You don't need to keep winning their approval to feel worthy. You already are. And once you start living from that place, where your actions are guided by internal standards, not external reactions, you become untouchable. People can misunderstand you, criticize you, ignore you, or praise you, and none of it changes who you are. Because you've built your foundation on something deeper. So let the crowd cheer, or don't. Let the world watch, or don't. Either way, your direction doesn't change. Your compass is internal now, and that's what real freedom looks like. You're not pulled by praise. You're not crushed by criticism. You are grounded in truth. So stop waiting for applause. Stop living for reaction. Stop handing your worth to the crowd. Turn inward. Ask, do I approve of who I am today? If yes, stand tall, because that quiet yes inside you is stronger than the loudest roar outside. That's the voice of freedom. Listen to it, trust it, and let it guide you. No stage, no spotlight, no permission needed. Number 9, trying to be liked often leads to a fragmented identity. Have you ever felt like you're living different lives depending on who you're around? One version of you shows up with family, another at work, another with friends, and yet another when you're alone. It's exhausting. And it's not freedom. When your life is built around being liked, you start performing. You become a different person for different people, always adjusting, always managing, always shape-shifting to avoid judgment, to gain approval, or to keep the peace. At first, it might seem harmless, a little change here, a little silence there. But over time, something happens. You start to forget who you really are. Because if you spend your life being one version of yourself for your boss, another for your friends, and yet another for social media, then who are you when no one's watching? This is what the Stoics warned us about. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." In other words, decide who you are and live that everywhere. Not just when it's easy, not just when it's safe, everywhere. Because freedom isn't found in being everything to everyone. It's found in being whole. Think of your identity like a mirror. When you're consistent, that mirror is solid. You can look into it and see clearly who you are. But when you're constantly shifting to fit other people's expectations, that mirror shatters. One piece here, another over there, a dozen little fragments of your identity scattered across your life. And when you try to live that way, fragmented, you'll feel it. You'll feel the confusion, the anxiety, the pressure to remember which version of you you're supposed to be today. That's not clarity, that's chaos, and it steals your peace. When you're whole, when you show up the same no matter who you're with, you stop performing, you stop pretending, you stop living a double life. You feel stronger, clearer, calmer, because you're no longer chasing different masks for different rooms. And here's the powerful truth. Not everyone is supposed to like the real you. That's not a problem, that's a filter. If someone only respects the version of you that bends to them, it means they never respected the real you in the first place. And if being yourself costs you certain people, situations, or opportunities, it means they were never aligned with your true path. You don't need to be different to be accepted. You need to be honest to be free. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often, "The approval of others isn't worth getting if you have to lose yourself to get it." And that's what happens when you keep changing to fit in. You lose the very person you're meant to become. So here's your challenge. Be the same person everywhere. Don't water yourself down to be more palatable. Don't fake agreement just to avoid conflict. Don't shrink just to make someone else feel more comfortable. Let your yes be yes. Let your no be no. Let your personality, your values, your tone, your presence remain consistent, whether you're with friends, strangers, co-workers, or standing alone. Because when you do that, something amazing happens. You begin to trust yourself again. No more overthinking conversations. No more second-guessing your reactions. No more performing, apologizing, or hiding. Just one self, one voice, one identity. That is freedom. And that's the kind of freedom the Stoics lived by. Not needing to wear a different face in every room, but walking through life with calm, with consistency, with character. So stop splitting yourself to be liked. Reclaim your wholeness, because when you show up as one person, true, unfiltered, and steady, you stop chasing approval and you start building inner peace. That peace is priceless, and it only comes when you decide, "I'd rather be real than be liked." Number 10. True freedom requires the courage to be unpopular. If your deepest goal is to be liked by everyone, then freedom will always be out of reach. Because the truth is, the more honest you become, the more resistance you will face. The more you live by principle, the more you will challenge others. And the more you follow your own path, the more it will upset those who expect you to follow theirs. The masses don't admire truth-tellers until long after they're gone. Visionaries are often mocked. Trailblazers are often attacked. And people who live with deep clarity are often called difficult, arrogant, or extreme. Why? Because when you stand alone in your truth, you remind others of what they've avoided. Your courage exposes their fear. Your independence highlights their dependence. Your clarity threatens their comfort. But that doesn't mean you're wrong. It means you're free. And freedom always comes with a cost. You will lose people. You will be criticized. You will be misunderstood. And in many moments, you will have to stand alone. But if you don't have the courage to be unpopular, you'll never have the courage to be real. You'll always be calculating, always scanning the room, always asking, what do they want me to say, instead of, what needs to be said? The Stoics didn't strive to be liked. They strived to be true. Marcus Aurelius ruled millions, but he didn't let popularity guide him. He reminded himself constantly that doing the right thing often means standing alone. That approval is fleeting, but character endures. Epictetus, once a slave, taught that if you want to grow, you must be willing to be laughed at, criticized, misunderstood. He didn't just say it, he lived it. Seneca wrote openly about the hate he received from powerful people. He didn't bend to it. He stayed loyal to wisdom, not reputation. So the question becomes, what are you living for? Applause or alignment? Likes or integrity? Because the two don't always come together. Sometimes speaking your truth will make people uncomfortable. Sometimes refusing to follow the crowd will isolate you. Sometimes living by your values will cost you popularity. But that's the price of freedom, and it's worth it. Think about history. The ones who changed the world, the ones who created art, told the truth, fought for justice, or introduced new ways of thinking, were rarely liked by the masses in their time. They were questioned, mocked, rejected, and yet they stayed the course. They understood something simple. Truth is not a popularity contest. If you want to live freely, you must let go of the need to be universally accepted. You must be willing to stand in silence while others misunderstand you. You must have the backbone to walk away from approval if it requires you to lie, shrink, or compromise your values. That's not weakness, that's power. And here's something even more important. When you stop trying to be liked, you begin to attract what truly belongs. The right people, the right path, the right peace. Not because you performed for it, but because you stood still in truth. So, let them call you different. Let them whisper behind your back. Let them say, "Who does this person think they are?" And answer quietly through the life you live, "I am someone who refuses to trade my soul for acceptance." That is freedom. Not walking where everyone else walks, but walking where you are meant to, even if no one claps, even if no one follows. So be willing to be unpopular, because when you choose truth over approval, you may lose the crowd, but you will find yourself. Number 11. Living for likes is a distraction from living with purpose. Every time you chase a like, you risk losing something far more important, your life's purpose. It starts subtly. You post something and you feel a hit of satisfaction when someone approves. You say something and the nods make you feel seen. You make a decision and you're praised for it. That praise feels good. Of course it does. But slowly, without realizing it, you start to shape your choices around that feeling, around approval, around applause, around what gets a reaction, and you drift. Not because you're weak, but because you're human. We all want to feel seen. We all want to feel valued. But when that desire becomes your compass, you lose your direction. You forget the deeper reason you started. You start doing things for the crowd, not the calling. For attention, not alignment. And the worst part? It feels like you're succeeding. People are clapping, people are watching, people are praising you. But deep down you know, this isn't why I began. You began with purpose. You began with clarity. You began with a reason that came from within. But now, you're performing. You're adjusting. You're second-guessing your steps because you're afraid someone won't like them. And that's how purpose dies, not in a loud crash, but in small compromises made to keep people happy. The Stoics would tell you, you cannot live with both purpose and people-pleasing. One will always silence the other. If you chase what's popular, you will abandon what's meaningful. If you build your actions around public reaction, your life becomes a stage, not a mission. Seneca once wrote, "If you know not to which port you sail, no wind is favorable." Purpose is your port. It is your destination. And when you trade that for likes, you let the winds of other people's opinions take over the wheel. You start living from the outside in, instead of from the inside out. And that is a recipe for emptiness. Ask yourself, how many times have you held back your true voice because it might not be popular? How many times have you chosen what will get approval over what will bring peace? How many times have you followed the crowd, even when your gut said no? This is not judgment, it's awareness. Because once you become aware, you can choose differently. You can stop performing and start aligning. You can stop asking, what will people think? And start asking, what am I here to do? Because you are not here to be liked. You are here to live on purpose. That purpose might not always trend. It might not always be praised. It might not be safe, easy, or comfortable. But it will be real. And freedom is found in real. So if you feel lost, if you feel disconnected, if you feel like you're drifting, ask yourself, when did I start caring more about how this looks than about what this means? Then return. Return to what called you in the first place. Return to the mission. Return to the vision that was clear before the noise distracted you. And from now on, measure your success not by how many people respond, but by how closely you've lived in alignment with your values. When you realign with purpose, the need for likes fades, because purpose gives something far deeper than attention. It gives you peace. And that peace is what the Stoics lived for, not popularity, not praise, but inner stillness, the kind that can't be shaken by a million opinions. So turn your gaze inward. Ask yourself, am I still walking my path, or have I started dancing for the crowd? And if you've strayed, that's okay. What matters is that you return, because your purpose is waiting, and freedom begins the moment you choose it over the noise. Number 12. Saying no is a spiritual declaration of freedom. There's a word that carries power, peace, and self-respect. It's small, it's simple, and most people are afraid to use it. That word is no. Why is no so hard to say? Because we're trained from early on to associate no with rejection, conflict, or guilt. We worry that if we say it, someone will be disappointed, upset, walk away, or worse, stop liking us. So we say yes instead. Yes to things that drain us. Yes to people who disrespect our time. Yes to commitments we don't believe in. Yes to avoid uncomfortable moments. But every yes that isn't aligned with your truth is a quiet no to yourself. The Stoics would tell you, you cannot live a strong, free, honest life if you're afraid of saying no. Because every no is not just a boundary, it's a signal to your soul. It's you saying, I know what I stand for, I know what matters, and I refuse to betray it just to be accepted. That is freedom. When you say no to what doesn't feel right, you reclaim energy. You reclaim time. You reclaim space in your life for what does matter. And more than anything, you reclaim your sovereignty, the power to rule yourself. Saying no doesn't make you cold. It makes you clear. It says to the world, I am not for sale. My peace is not up for negotiation. My time is not available to anyone who asks. And that kind of strength, That kind of clarity? It's rare, because it takes courage to disappoint people. It takes self-respect to walk away. It takes discipline to protect your energy. But it's in that discipline that you become dangerous, in the best possible way. Dangerous to manipulation, dangerous to guilt-tripping, dangerous to the pressure to say yes when your gut is screaming no. The Stoics taught us to live by reason, not reaction. And reason says this: you are not obligated to sacrifice your values for someone else's comfort. So next time you feel pulled to say yes just to avoid discomfort, pause. Ask yourself, is this in alignment with who I want to be? If the answer is no, then let the word be clear. Let it be firm. Let it be kind, but unshakable. You don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your peace. You don't need to apologize for knowing your limits. You don't have to bend just to keep the illusion of harmony. Because real harmony, the kind that brings peace, only happens when you're honest. And honesty sometimes means saying no. No to toxic people. No to overcommitting. No to pretending you're okay when you're not. No to being everything for everyone. Each no you speak with clarity is a yes to something higher, a yes to your purpose, a yes to your energy, a yes to your principles, a yes to your integrity. And over time, something amazing happens. You stop feeling guilty for saying no. You start feeling powerful. You stop needing to explain yourself. You start trusting yourself. Because deep inside your soul already knows what's right. You just have to give it a voice. And sometimes that voice doesn't say more. It says less. It says no. So the next time your people-pleasing reflex kicks in, take a breath. Get still. Ask yourself, what would it cost me to say yes to this? And if the cost is too high, your peace, your purpose, your clarity, then let no rise without shame. Let it stand tall. Let it speak for you, because saying no is not rejection. It's self-respect. It's spiritual. It's sacred. It's freedom. Number 13. People who truly matter don't need you to perform. You don't have to earn real love. Let that sink in. You don't have to impress, entertain, over-explain, or edit yourself to be accepted by the people who are meant to walk beside you. Because the truth is, the ones aligned with your soul will love you in your raw, unpolished, honest form. No filters, no roles, no masks, just you. But here's what often happens. We get used to performing. We learn early on that being liked often means adjusting, toning ourselves down, hiding our edges, changing how we speak or act just to keep people comfortable. So we carry that into adulthood. We smile when we want to stay silent. We say what we think people want to hear. We play the part. We keep ourselves small, polite, agreeable, hoping that if we perform well enough, we'll be loved. That if we're good enough, we'll be chosen. But that's not love, that's approval, and approval is conditional. It comes with a contract. Be what I want you to be, and I'll accept you. Step out of line, and I'll withdraw it. That's not freedom. That's emotional imprisonment. The Stoics would tell you, you do not need to be anyone else but yourself to be worthy. Your value is not determined by performance. It is determined by character, by virtue, by how close you live to your own truth, not how close you fit into someone else's mold. Marcus Aurelius, an emperor who could have surrounded himself with flattery, wrote repeatedly about staying grounded, staying humble, and staying real. He knew that praise was fleeting, that people's opinions were unreliable, that your peace couldn't depend on what others see. It had to come from within. And this is the lesson. When you stop performing, you start attracting the right people. The kind of people who don't need you to be on, who don't panic when you're quiet, who aren't disappointed when you're not perfect, who love the depth, the flaws, the humanity, not just the highlight reel. And when that kind of connection shows up, you'll know, because you'll feel calm, not nervous, not like you're auditioning, just calm, like you can breathe again, like you can finally put down the armor. But here's the catch. You only find those people by being real first. You can't fake your way to a genuine connection. You can't pretend your way into being seen. You have to risk being unliked to be truly loved. You have to be willing to let go of the performance. That takes courage. It takes strength to stand in front of someone without adjusting yourself to fit their expectations. To say, this is who I am. This is what I believe. This is what I need. And to know that if they walk away, it's not a loss, it's clarity. Because the ones who matter won't ask you to perform. They will respect your silence. They will honor your honesty. They will hold space for your rough days, your quiet moments, your wild ideas, your real emotions. And they will stay. Not because you entertained them, but because your truth matched theirs. That is rare, and it is everything. So stop twisting yourself to fit in. Stop playing roles just to be accepted. You are not here to perform for love. You are here to live in truth, and let that truth call the right people toward you. That is the only kind of connection that's worth anything. The kind that asks for nothing but your presence. The kind that doesn't need you to earn it. So take off the mask. Put down the script. Let the real you speak. Because the people who truly matter won't flinch. They'll lean in. And that is what freedom feels like. Number 14. Being liked is fleeting, but being respected endures. Let's be honest, being liked feels good. It's natural to enjoy the compliments, the smiles, the warm reactions when others approve of you. It makes you feel accepted, appreciated, even important. But here's what most people don't realize. Being liked is often based on what you do for others. How easy you make their life. How agreeable you are. How well you fit into the version of you they've created in their mind. And that kind of likability, it can disappear the moment you stop playing the part. Say no instead of yes. Disagree instead of staying quiet. Put up a boundary instead of saying yes to everything. Suddenly, you're no longer likable. You're difficult, cold, selfish. Why? Because you stopped giving them what they wanted. Because their like was never really about you. It was about what you gave them. But respect is different. Respect isn't built on charm. It's built on character. People respect you not because you agree with them, but because you stand for something. Not because you please them, but because you live your values. Even when it's hard, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it costs you. And unlike likability, respect lasts. It doesn't depend on moods or convenience. It doesn't vanish the moment you say something unpopular. In fact, sometimes people don't like you because they respect you. Because your strength, your clarity, your unwillingness to bend forces them to see something in themselves they've been avoiding. The Stoics never chased charm. They didn't play social games. They didn't bend their values to win favor. They lived with integrity, and they knew that approval from others, while pleasant, was not the goal. Marcus Aurelius led an empire, yet he reminded himself daily not to seek praise. He knew that public opinion was unstable, that people would change their minds, that flattery could be a trap. He chose character, and so should you, because charm fades, trends change, but integrity endures. Ask yourself this: do you want people to like the version of you that bends to keep them happy? Or do you want to be known as someone who lives with truth, even when it's not convenient. It's easy to be liked. Just say what people want to hear. Smile when you disagree. Stay silent when your gut says speak. Perform. Adjust. Numb your truth. But you'll pay for it later. You'll feel disconnected. You'll wonder who you've become. You'll start resenting the very people whose approval you worked so hard to earn. Because deep down, you'll know, they don't even like the real me. They like the version I created to keep them comfortable. Respect, though, it doesn't work that way. You earn it by being consistent, by standing firm, by keeping your word, honoring your values, and staying grounded, even when the pressure is high. And here's the beautiful thing. Once you stop chasing likability, you start attracting respect. Quietly, steadily. From the people who matter, from those who see your strength and recognize something familiar. Honesty, depth, substance. Not everyone will like you. That's okay. But the ones who respect you, they'll trust you. They'll listen to you. They'll stand with you when it counts. Because they know this person doesn't just say the right things, they live them. So let go of the need to be liked in every room. Walk with character. Speak with clarity. Make your life a reflection of your principles, not of someone else's preferences. Being liked is a moment. Being respected is a legacy. And the freedom you gain when you choose character over charm, that stays with you long after the applause fades. Number 15. True freedom is becoming someone you yourself admire. At the end of the day, when the noise dies down and no one is around to watch, there's only one opinion that really matters, the one you hold about yourself. It's not about who liked your post. It's not about who complimented you. It's not about who approved of your choices. It's about who you've become when no one's watching, when there's no one to impress, when there's no applause waiting. Freedom is looking in the mirror and being at peace with the person staring back. Not because they're perfect, not because they're always right, but because they are honest, because they are real, because they are trying every day to live in alignment with their values. That's what the Stoics lived for. They didn't care if the crowd clapped. They cared whether they had lived with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. They didn't chase admiration from others. They worked to become people they themselves could admire. Marcus Aurelius wrote privately to himself, not to impress, not to publish, but to grow, to stay centered, to remind himself of who he wanted to be, not in the eyes of the public, but in the eyes of his own conscience. That's the measure of true success, not how others see you, but how you see you. So ask yourself, do you admire the person you're becoming? Do you respect the way you speak, the way you treat others, the way you handle challenge, failure, and discomfort? Do you stand by your values, even when it costs you something? Or do you bend when no one's looking? This isn't about shame, it's about alignment. Because nothing feels better, nothing, than knowing that you've shown up as your full, honest self. That you didn't perform, that you didn't compromise your principles, that your choices today were guided by truth, not fear, not pressure, not the need to please. That's the feeling of real self-respect. And from that place comes peace. It doesn't come from applause. That fades. It doesn't come from external success. That's fragile. It comes from inner congruence, when your thoughts, your words, and your actions all point in the same direction. You don't get that by chasing validation. You get it by choosing truth. Over and over. Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when no one's watching. Even when it would be easier to do what's popular. You build a life you admire from the inside out. And here's the reward. Once you live that way, no one can take your peace from you. Not opinions, not rejection, not loss. Because your self-worth is no longer built on shaky ground. It's built on character, on clarity, on courage. That's what the Stoics taught us. Not to live without emotion, but to live with discipline, with intention, with the kind of strength that doesn't need to be loud because it's rooted in something deeper. So stop asking, do they like me? Start asking, do I like who I am becoming? Because that's the question that brings you home to yourself. You won't always get it right. You'll fall short. You'll make mistakes. We all do. But if every day you can look yourself in the eye and say, I was honest today, I was strong, I was kind, I stayed true to what I believe, then you are free. Not just on the outside, but where it matters most, within. So become someone you admire. Live with integrity. Speak with truth. Act with courage. Because when you can finally say, I respect the person I've become, then no approval, no rejection, no applause will ever hold power over you again. That is true freedom. And it begins with the person in the mirror. You were not born to be liked. You were born to be true. To live with clarity, speak with conviction, and walk your own path, even if that means walking alone. These 15 Stoic truths weren't about comfort. They were about freedom, real freedom. The kind that comes when you stop chasing approval and start choosing purpose. So stop performing. Stop apologizing for your depth. Start standing in your truth, fully and unapologetically. Being liked is temporary. Being free, that's eternal. If this resonated with you, write this in the comments. Starting today, I choose respect over approval. I am free. I am stoic. Let's turn the comment section into a wall of strength, not performance. And if you're ready for more content that challenges you to rise, think, and live with discipline, subscribe to the channel. This is not just another feed, it's your reminder to stay grounded, stay focused, and stay stoic. Have you ever felt unappreciated, underestimated, or confused? If so, this message might resonate with you. Let's explore these feelings and discuss how to handle them in a more mindful and empowered way. Often, we find ourselves in situations where our emotions are triggered and we are tempted to react impulsively. Let's look at how we can master the art of managing our responses to such moments. The first principle to master is the art of not reacting. In life, you have the power to control your reactions, but not everyone around you will act in ways that align with your expectations. This is an important realization. You don't have to respond the way others do. When someone makes a sarcastic remark or criticizes you unfairly, it's easy to become reactive. However, by taking a moment to pause before responding, you can regain control. The key here is to not give in to immediate impulses. When emotions run high, such as during a meeting where someone may be rude or unkind, resisting the urge to react can allow your mind to cool down. In this space, you'll have the chance to think clearly and decide on the best way to act according to your values and who you truly are. This is where power lies, not in reacting, but in responding with composure. By mastering the art of non-reaction, you break the cycle of provocation and show that you can maintain control, not only over yourself, but also over the situation. This doesn't just improve your relationship with others, but also protects your peace of mind. The art of non-reaction allows you to choose how you engage with the world without losing your inner calm. So, the next time someone attempts to provoke you, remember to pause and breathe. Use that moment to reflect before choosing your response wisely. This practice helps you differentiate between people who drain your energy and those who contribute positively to your life. Mastering the art of non-reaction is one of the greatest powers you can develop, and it offers peace in situations where most people would be quick to react emotionally. The second principle involves using silence as your greatest ally. Silence isn't just about refraining from speaking. It's a strategic pause that gives you the power to assess a situation without getting swept up in the noise. Silence is powerful because it allows you to disengage from unnecessary conflict and gives you the space to reflect on the best course of action. In situations where you feel the urge to react, silence can be the most potent tool in your arsenal. It allows you to create distance from the emotional intensity of the moment and choose how you want to respond. Silence doesn't require acknowledgement or approval from others. It shows strength by letting you remain calm and composed, even in the face of provocation. When you can remain silent in the right moments, you're asserting your power without uttering a single word. The third principle is about knowing your own strengths. Understanding and acknowledging your inner strength can help you stay grounded when faced with emotional challenges. Everyone has moments when they feel overwhelmed or tired, but it's important to remember that your ability to stay independent and true to yourself is a strength. Stoicism teaches us that independence is not about avoiding relationships or responsibilities, but about not being controlled by external expectations or demands. By recognizing your own value and strength, you can navigate the pressures of life without losing sight of who you are and what you believe in. Your strength comes from within, and when you trust in your values, you become less swayed by external opinions or emotional turbulence. Incorporating these principles into your life helps you create a strong foundation for dealing with difficult situations. By mastering the art of non-reaction, using silence to your advantage, and knowing your own strengths, you can approach life's challenges with a sense of inner peace and clarity. These practices not only protect your emotional well-being, but also help you build resilience, allowing you to stay grounded and focused in the face of adversity. When you embrace this idea, you begin to see just how liberating it truly is. We often find ourselves distrusting others, feeling alone, and giving too much of ourselves away. But when you reclaim your strength, you take full control over your life and your choices. This sense of control is reflected in everything you do, and it inspires admiration from others. Independence speaks to your dedication and your resilience, showing that you are emotionally and financially free. This freedom means you are not defined by others or by their judgments. You set your own boundaries without needing validation or approval from anyone. Independence also acts as a shield against manipulation. When you're independent, you are not easily swayed or belittled by others. You stand firm, knowing your worth, and not letting anyone make you feel inferior. It is empowering to realize that you have the strength to stand your ground, regardless of external pressures. Your confidence in your independence will make it clear to others that you are not someone who can easily be shaken or manipulated. The next important attitude to adopt is prioritizing what truly matters in life. It's easy to become distracted by things that don't really serve your well-being. However, when you focus on the things that are genuinely important, your life takes on a new meaning. You begin to live with purpose, concentrating on the goals that will bring you fulfillment. It's like an archer adjusting their aim to hit the target accurately. Everything becomes clearer when you focus on what is meaningful. By doing this, you send a clear message to the world. you know what you want, and you will not let anything divert your attention from your path. This is an elegant way to live, knowing what is valuable and leaving behind what isn't. As you prioritize the right things, you also begin to understand what is truly essential, and the distractions start to fade away. Another powerful principle is understanding that time is a source of wisdom. Time, if used wisely, has the power to change us and guide us toward personal growth. Stoicism teaches us to see every moment as an opportunity to develop and refine ourselves. Just like a tree grows at its own pace, without rushing or being concerned with external storms, we too should move through life unhurriedly, confident that with time we will grow stronger and more resilient. We don't need instant gratification, as the real rewards come with patience. While others may seek quick fixes, we understand that true wisdom comes from waiting, observing, and learning. The passage of time will reveal who we truly are and give us the clarity we need. By trusting in this process, we free ourselves from the anxieties of seeking immediate satisfaction and learn to embrace the unfolding of life at its natural pace. The last principle revolves around setting clear boundaries. Just like driving on a busy highway, it's essential to establish limits in our lives. Boundaries are there to ensure that we stay safe, focused, and on track. When you set clear boundaries, you are creating a space where you can move through life with purpose, not allowing others to dictate your direction. These boundaries serve as traffic rules for your life, guiding you away from distractions and ensuring that you remain focused on what truly matters. By respecting your own limits, you create a safer, more secure environment for yourself, one where you are free to navigate the complexities of life with confidence and clarity. People often create their own environment, and through this, they can make safe and meaningful choices in their lives. When you develop yourself, you gain the ability to decide what you value and what you want to express. It's important to recognize that the rules and boundaries you create in your life shape the environment around you. These rules are not just theoretical, they are practical frameworks that guide your decisions and your actions, reflecting your growth and your personal choices. The seventh attitude we must discuss is brutal honesty, which is one of the greatest virtues and transformational tools in Stoicism. Honesty is not merely about telling the truth. It's about embracing a direct and frank approach, free from pretensions. This kind of transparency can be a very powerful tool for disarming critics and those who may not appreciate your actions or your intentions. By being brutally honest, you show the world that you are not afraid of the truth, even when it may be uncomfortable. You don't attempt to justify or downplay mistakes. Instead, you accept them fully. A Stoic understands that facing the truth requires bravery, and by doing so, you earn respect. You openly admit your flaws, take responsibility for your actions, and work to improve yourself. This willingness to accept and speak the truth is a hallmark of integrity. Brutal honesty also applies to recognizing the strengths and virtues of others. It's important to be honest and straightforward when praising others. Acknowledging and appreciating their strengths not only strengthens relationships, but also creates an atmosphere of respect and mutual growth. The eighth attitude is transformative gratitude. Embracing gratitude with sincerity can significantly change the way you approach life. Instead of repressing or ignoring the good things in your life, you learn to express true gratitude for them. This gratitude becomes a fortress that fortifies your future and provides peace in your present. It is through genuine thankfulness that you cultivate a sense of wisdom, making each day more meaningful. By practicing transformative gratitude, You become more grounded and appreciative of the small and big things that contribute to your well-being, and you foster a deep sense of peace within yourself. Silence is often misunderstood as a sign of weakness, but in reality, it is a powerful indicator of strength and control. You've probably heard the saying, "Actions speak louder than words." Silence is not for the weak. It is for the wise, for those who understand that true power lies not in noise, but in the ability to control it. In this video, I'm going to share 7 powerful benefits of silence that will change the way you think about it. By the end of this video, you'll understand how silence can become your key to building better relationships, improving your health, and living a fuller life. We will explore how silence can improve your observational skills, help you achieve emotional control, save your energy, enhance your decision-making, establish authority, prevent unnecessary conflicts, and earn you more respect. So, stay tuned, because this video may offer you a fresh perspective that could significantly transform your life for the better. But before we dive in, make sure to subscribe to our channel, give us a like, and share this wisdom with your friends, because wisdom is meant to be shared. Now, let's begin this journey together and explore the 7 powerful benefits of silence. Are you ready? Let's get started. The first benefit is that silence sharpens your ability to observe. Imagine how silence can turn you into an incredibly focused observer, helping you notice the small details that would otherwise slip by unnoticed. It's like having the keen eye of an eagle, able to pick up the tiniest nuances and the most important details in any situation. Silence is your secret weapon for honing your focus and sharpening your observation skills. Just as a magnifying glass brings small objects into clear view, silence brings the critical aspects of any situation into sharp focus. The ancient Stoic philosophers recognized the immense power of silence. They understood that wisdom flourishes in quiet contemplation. Seneca, one of the great Stoic thinkers, once said, "Silence is a fence around wisdom." He was emphasizing that silence nurtures and guards the wisdom that emerges through careful observation and understanding. In our daily lives, we often miss crucial details, whether it's in a meeting where we overlook vital information or during a conversation where we're not truly listening. These missed moments can lead to misunderstandings, mistakes, and lost opportunities. The solution? The power of silence. Embrace silence, and you will witness your observation skills and focus improve like never before. Think of silence as your personal magnifying glass, helping you intensify your ability to pay attention. This translates into becoming an exceptional observer, able to spot even the most subtle details and important information that others might overlook. By practicing silence, you can become a master of focus and observation, making the world around you clearer and more precise than you've ever experienced before. The second benefit is emotional control. Silence is the key to mastering your emotions and maintaining balance in your reactions. It's not just a magical tool, it's a powerful weapon that empowers you to stay calm and think before reacting. Imagine being in the middle of a heated discussion. Silence becomes your shield, giving you that crucial moment to pause and reflect before you respond. This pause allows you to regain control over your emotions and ensures that you respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. Silence acts as a mental pause button during a tense moment, but it goes much further than that. It gives you the time and space to reflect on your feelings. By taking that moment, you can understand why you're feeling a certain way and decide if those emotions are truly justified. This process of self-awareness is an essential step in emotional control. We've all heard the advice to count to 10 before reacting. Well, silence is like that mental countdown. It gives you the chance to regain your composure and make better decisions, avoiding the regret of something said in the heat of the moment. Silence becomes your safety net, helping you avoid unnecessary emotional outbursts and giving you the time to choose your words wisely. Think of silence as a filter that ensures only your best thoughts and words make it through. It's like the reins on a wild horse. Silence helps you steer your emotions in the right direction, acting as your emotional GPS. By embracing silence, you gain control of your emotions and become the captain of your emotional ship, sailing smoothly even in the stormiest of waters. The third benefit is energy conservation. Silence acts as a guardian of your energy, helping you preserve your vital life force and direct it towards what truly matters. In today's fast-paced world, we are constantly bombarded by distractions, conversations, social media, constant noise, and all of this drains our energy. Silence, however, provides a refuge, a way to conserve and protect your energy. When you embrace silence, you stop spreading yourself thin, allowing you to focus on what is most important and recharge your mental and physical resources. Instead of letting external noise deplete you, silence becomes a tool for maintaining your inner calm and energy. By practicing silence, you gain the ability to save your precious energy for what truly matters, leaving behind the distractions and noise that can overwhelm you. Silence acts as a protective shield, guarding your precious energy like a fortress that keeps out any unwanted invaders. Imagine your energy as a treasure chest, and every word or action you make is like a coin taken from that chest. When you don't embrace silence, it's as though you're giving away your riches carelessly, without considering the consequences. Think of it this way. If you had a cell phone with a limited battery, you wouldn't waste it on things that aren't essential. Silence functions in a similar way, putting your life into an economy mode, ensuring that your energy is spent wisely and not squandered. The Stoics, ancient masters of wisdom, deeply understood the importance of conserving energy. They recognized that life is like an ever-flowing river, and energy, like water, needs to be carefully managed. Seneca, one of the most prominent Stoic philosophers, once said, "Life is long if you know how to use it." What he meant was that you must be mindful of how you use your time and energy, as both are finite resources. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a flurry of activities, running from one thing to the next, trying to put out every fire you encounter. This constant activity often leads to exhaustion and burnout. But silence is your power-saving mode. Just as you would turn off the lights in a room when you leave to save electricity, silence helps you press the pause button and conserve your energy for what truly matters. Consider silence as your personal charging station. It's the place where you can recharge and prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. Silence ensures that you don't run on empty, helping you preserve your vitality and focus on the important battles life throws at you. When you embrace silence, you're practicing energy conservation, ensuring you have the strength to face the significant challenges that await you. This practice will keep you strong and ready for whatever life brings, giving you the endurance to withstand whatever comes your way. Now, let's explore how silence can enhance your decision-making. Picture your decisions as pieces of a complex puzzle, with each choice fitting into the larger picture of your life. Without silence, it's like trying to solve this puzzle with missing pieces, making it harder to navigate through life's challenges. It's as if you were trying to sail a ship through turbulent waters without a map. Likely, you'd end up lost or crashing into rocks. Silence is like having that map, guiding you with clarity through the complexities of life. The Stoics, wise beyond measure, were masters of decision-making. Epictetus, another influential Stoic philosopher, once said, "First, tell yourself what you want to be, and then do what needs to be done." This means that your decisions should align with the person you aim to become. In the chaotic world we live in, we often find ourselves in situations that demand immediate decisions. It's like being trapped in a maze with multiple paths, unsure of which one to take. When you make decisions hastily, without taking a moment to embrace silence, you risk choosing the wrong path, one that may lead you astray. Silence gives you the space to reflect and make deliberate, thoughtful decisions that are aligned with your long-term goals and values. Think of silence as your decision-making laboratory, where you can examine your options carefully and ensure they align with your desired outcomes. Embracing silence as a tool for decision-making allows you to take control of your life's direction, helping you make choices that bring you closer to the life you've envisioned. By valuing your decisions and not rushing through them, you safeguard your future and ensure that you are consistently moving toward your personal vision of success. Finally, silence plays a crucial role in establishing authority. When you maintain silence, it becomes a symbol of power, a scepter that represents your domain and influence. Just as a king's scepter signifies his reign, silence acts as your royal emblem, symbolizing your presence and command. Imagine yourself as a leader of a team. When you speak, people listen, not out of fear, but out of respect for your wisdom and authority. Silence gives you a real, undeniable presence that commands respect. It's not about dominating others through words or force, but about cultivating an aura of quiet strength that others naturally respect. Your silence becomes your most powerful tool for establishing authority in any situation, allowing you to lead with grace, wisdom, and unspoken influence. Silence is a powerful tool that can command attention and respect from those around you. Think of it as a sign of genuine authority. When you remain silent, your presence speaks volumes and demands the attention of others. This is not about overpowering people with words, but about commanding respect through your silence. It is akin to a king wielding a scepter, a symbol of their reign and authority. In the grand stage of life, silence serves as your emblem of leadership, representing your wisdom and strength. In everyday situations, such as meetings or family discussions, silence ensures that when you do speak, your words have weight. If you're constantly talking, your authority may be diluted. But silence amplifies your presence. It's like turning up the volume on a speaker, allowing your words to have more impact. A well-timed silence, followed by carefully considered speech, leaves a lasting impression. It ensures that when you do speak, people listen, not because they are afraid, but because they respect your wisdom. Silence, far from being a passive gesture, becomes a vital tool for establishing authority. It is not about saying nothing, but about being strategic with your words. It is the art of impactful communication, where you command respect not through volume, but through the thoughtful power of your presence. In this way, silence serves as a shield, protecting you from unnecessary conflict and promoting harmony. It helps you maintain peace and encourages understanding in your interactions. By embracing silence, you are cultivating an environment where peace prevails and meaningful dialogue can flourish. Silence also acts as a safeguard against unnecessary conflicts. Life can often feel like a battlefield, and conflicts are like hidden traps waiting to ensnare us. In moments of tension, silence acts as a shield, protecting you from falling into these traps. It offers a strategic pause, giving you the space to think before reacting, reducing the likelihood of unnecessary confrontation. The Stoics, wise philosophers of ancient times, understood the power of maintaining inner peace. They knew that conflicts often arise from our reactions rather than the events themselves. By choosing silence, you avoid stepping into arguments and instead approach situations with a clear mind, looking for resolution rather than escalation. Silence is not passive. It is your strategic tool for maintaining peace and avoiding conflicts. It allows you to listen, understand, and find common ground with others. It is a bridge between opposing sides, ensuring that conflicts are resolved through conversation rather than confrontation. By embracing silence, you can navigate life's challenges with greater calmness, preventing misunderstandings and promoting unity. This approach leads to more peaceful, constructive interactions and positions you as a diplomat of peace, someone who can foster understanding and harmony in even the most difficult situations. Silence is also crucial in earning respect. It is a means of showing who you are, rather than simply telling others. In the great theatre of life, silence serves as your performance, and it is this performance that earns you respect. The old adage, "Actions speak louder than words," holds true, and in this context, silence becomes your action. It is a clear signal that you are a person of substance, someone worth listening to. The Stoics believed that living virtuously and according to one's principles was the key to earning respect. In your daily interactions, respect is the currency that comes from acting consistently with your words. When you do not remain silent, your words can lose their impact, and your actions can become lost in the noise. Silence, however, serves to highlight your actions and words, allowing them to shine more brightly. By speaking less and saying more, you allow your words to captivate and command attention. Silence ensures that your speech does not overwhelm, but rather resonates with clarity and authority. It is your ticket to gaining respect, as it allows you to show, rather than simply tell, who you are and what you stand for. Through silence, you demonstrate that your trustworthiness and wisdom are not just words, but actions that demand respect. By choosing silence, you allow your trust, wisdom, and maturity to become apparent to those around you. In doing so, respect follows naturally. Silence is not about retreating into the background. Rather, it is about standing out in a way that commands the respect you truly deserve. When you embrace silence as a tool, you turn your actions into a powerful reflection of your character and principles. This is your path to becoming someone who garners admiration, not through loud declarations, but through a composed presence and the quiet strength that speaks volumes. As we explore these profound insights into wisdom, the time has come to take responsibility and put these principles into action. Take a moment to reflect on what you've learned and commit to applying it. Declare to yourself, "I am a warrior in my own life." This is not just a statement. It's a promise to yourself to live with purpose, embracing the power of silence and wisdom in your daily interactions. As we conclude this exploration of the 7 remarkable benefits of silence, I hope you found both inspiration and wisdom that you can apply in your own life. Always remember that silence is never a sign of weakness. It is, in fact, a demonstration of power and strength. Now that you understand these principles, it's time to put them into practice and experience their transformative effects. If you found value in this video, please take a moment to like it, share it with friends and family who can benefit from these insights, and subscribe to our channel for more daily wisdom, free from filters and censorship. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Remember, silence is a powerful tool in your quest for a more meaningful and fulfilling life. Until the next video, continue to be the protagonist of your own story. Sail confidently and purposefully across the vast ocean of life, for you are a warrior of your own existence, destined to conquer great heights. Until we meet again. Have you ever felt like your mind is an open notebook filled with 1,000 tabs all running at once, yet none of them actually helpful? You're definitely not alone in feeling this way. In today's fast-paced world, overthinking has practically become a full-time sport, though unfortunately not a healthy one. We've been conditioned to believe that if we're not constantly solving a problem, then we're being unproductive. But here's the truth. That very mindset is what's draining you. Let me share a secret with you, one that's both simple and powerful. You don't need to overthink to live well. In this video, we'll explore how Stoic philosophy offers 10 transformative strategies to protect your mental energy from bursting like a birthday piñata. Stick around until the end, because the final strategy might just surprise you. It's based on a truth we often overlook. Less really is more. And once you start detoxifying your mind from the clutter of useless thoughts, you'll gain something incredibly valuable: inner peace. So if you're ready to stop being a captive to your own thoughts, come along on this journey of clarity. And yes, letting go is the first step. But before we dive into the strategies, let me tell you a story that will help you fully grasp the wisdom behind this message. There was once a young traveler named Lucas who set off on a long journey in search of wisdom. After walking many roads and meeting all kinds of people, he finally arrived at a secluded monastery nestled high in the mountains. There, he met an elderly teacher known for his unshakable calm and mental clarity. Lucas, exhausted and burdened by a whirlwind of thoughts, knelt before the teacher and asked for help. "Master, I can't quiet my mind," he said. "My thoughts overwhelm me. I can't rest or enjoy the moment. How can I find peace?" Without saying a word, the teacher handed Lucas a cup and began to pour tea into it. The tea reached the brim and then began to spill over, flooding the table. Lucas, startled, said, "Master, the cup is full. It can't take any more." The teacher smiled and replied, "Exactly. That's how your mind is, so full that nothing else can enter. To find peace, you must first empty the cup." At that moment, Lucas realized that his thoughts had been piling up like the overflowing tea, one after the other, until they drowned out his calm. The first step to detoxifying his mind was clear. He had to release the unnecessary. The teacher then shared 3 simple yet powerful strategies to help Lucas begin this process. First, breathe and observe your breath. The breath is your anchor to the present moment. When you focus on it, your mind is gently pulled away from the chaos of constant thinking. Take a few minutes each day to breathe deeply, to simply observe your thoughts as they come and go, without judgment and without clinging to any of them. Second, write and release. Sometimes your thoughts need a place to go. Writing them down creates that space. It's like tidying up a messy room. Putting pen to paper helps clear your mind of the clutter and frees you from unnecessary worries. Lastly, focus on what's essential. Not all thoughts are worth your time. Learn to distinguish between what truly matters and what's just noise. As Stoic wisdom teaches, don't waste energy on things outside of your control. Let go of what doesn't depend on you and turn your attention to what you can change. With time, Lucas began practicing these principles. His mind slowly grew quieter, and the mental storm he once carried began to subside. Now, whenever he faced inner turmoil, he remembered, empty the cup, because peace of mind doesn't come from trying to control every thought. It comes from knowing how to let go. Now let's begin with the first strategy, the art of letting go. Let's be honest, we've all been stuck in that dark place in our minds where questions like what could have been and what should happen pile up, leaving us emotionally drained. Often we cling to these thoughts as if our entire life depends on them. But here's a question for you. That thing you keep replaying in your head, can you even control it? If not, then why let it torment you? Yes, I know. It's easier said than done, but here we're going to talk about practical ways to stop being a prisoner of your thoughts and start clearing space in your mind. Because, believe it or not, letting go is the very first step. One of life's biggest ironies is this: the more you try to control everything, the more you realize how little you actually can. You spend your days planning for every possible outcome, anticipating problems that might never happen, and you miss out on living in the moment. It's like trying to stop the wind with your bare hands. The Stoics called this kind of mental exhaustion a waste of vital energy. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's great teachers, said life is made up of two categories, what depends on you and what doesn't. And yet, we spend the majority of our time obsessing over things we can't change. Letting go of control isn't about giving up, it's about becoming smarter with how we use our energy. Think of uncertainty as an uninvited guest at your party. At first, it annoys you, but after a while, you stop resisting and learn to coexist. When you stop fighting the unpredictable, you start to free your mind. Try this. Imagine wearing a pair of glasses that only let the truly important things through. When a negative or useless thought appears, ask yourself, is this truly important? Can I do anything about it? If the answer is no, then let it go. It's not worth the space it takes up in your head. Think of it as spring cleaning. You wouldn't keep broken things or junk in your home, so why do it in your mind? Also, remember that your mind can behave like an unleashed dog, and your thoughts are the sticks you keep throwing. The solution is simple. Stop throwing the sticks. Bring your mind back to the present, over and over again, until it becomes your new habit. Mindfulness is a powerful way to ground yourself. It's not about having a blank mind, but learning not to be dragged away by every little worry or fear. Accept, too, that you can't please everyone. Trying to do so is like trying to catch water with your hands. In the end, you'll just feel exhausted and frustrated. Letting go doesn't mean you're quitting. It means you're choosing to protect your peace. It's a conscious decision to stop wasting energy on things that don't serve your growth. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true freedom doesn't come from controlling everything. It comes from controlling how we respond to what we can't change. Paradoxically, the way to stop overthinking is to stop trying to control what can't be controlled. So when life asks you to let go, do it with grace, because only by doing so can you truly move forward. And take this to heart, my friend, those who learn to let go are the ones who truly learn how to live. Now let's talk about something incredibly simple but often forgotten: a minute of silence. Have you ever tried to put out a fire by throwing more fuel onto it? Of course not. So why do we try to solve mental chaos by thinking even more, as if giving it one more round of thoughts will finally bring clarity? What if I told you that the smartest thing you can do in those moments is stop? Yes, you heard me. Just stop. There's real magic in conscious pauses. A brief moment of silence, if done with intention, can detox your mind better than any self-help book on the market. We live in a world that moves so fast, we've forgotten one of the most healing acts, to simply breathe. And no, I'm not talking about the automatic breathing you do without thinking. I mean taking a moment to pause, to let everything go, and to simply be. Sounds scary, doesn't it? Because we've been told that being busy equals being productive, that if we're not fixing a problem, we're wasting time. But that's where we're wrong. Sometimes what we really need isn't more thinking, it's a break from thinking altogether. Taking a conscious pause is like switching your phone to airplane mode. The messages and notifications are still out there, but you choose when to reconnect. This pause is a simple, effective tool for mental clarity, a reset that the Stoics deeply believed in. They called it contemplation, because honestly, what good is constant thinking if your head is just a tossed salad of badly dressed worries? The next time your thoughts are racing 1,000 miles an hour, take a moment to stop. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Let your thoughts drift past like cars on a busy highway. Don't try to catch them, don't wrestle with them, and don't analyze them. Just watch them come and go. This simple exercise is like switching off the TV when the channels are full of static. Stop being the overzealous detective examining every inch of your mind. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is not try to solve everything. Imagine your mind as a fogged-up window. If you keep wiping it furiously, trying to see clearly, you'll only smear it more. Instead, let time clear it up naturally. With patience, the view becomes sharp again. Remember how, as a child, boredom often opened the door to creativity. You're not being told to chase boredom, but rather to embrace moments of doing nothing. Because, paradoxically, doing nothing often does the most. Stillness is where your greatest ideas begin to breathe. Set aside just 5 minutes each day to sit in total silence. No phone, no music, no distractions, just you and the quiet. You don't need to meditate or become a monk. Just allow the silence to speak. You'll be surprised at what it teaches you. The real issue isn't that you think too much. It's that you don't know when or how to stop. And that, my friend, is what drains you. Practicing conscious pauses is like letting your mental soup rest, allowing the flavors to blend naturally. You don't need all the answers right now. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to pause, to let things settle. From that stillness, you'll gain a clearer perspective. A clear mind doesn't mean a mind that's never full. It means one that knows how to release what it no longer needs. As Paulo Coelho once said, the solution often isn't in finding more answers, but in creating enough space for the answers to arrive on their own. Clear your mind with Stoic philosophy. Ask yourself how often you've gotten trapped in mental loops, obsessing over things that don't even deserve your time or energy. You're not alone. The human mind is like a hyperactive child on a sugar rush, constantly jumping, worrying, over-analyzing. But the Stoics, those wise old souls with calm eyes and flowing robes, held the secret to quieting the noise and redirecting focus to what truly matters. They taught that thinking less doesn't mean being shallow. It means knowing how to sort out what's worth your attention and what isn't. Why not train your mind the way you'd train your body? Stop overthinking everything. Learn to live lighter. One way to do this is to adopt what you might call a mental remote control. Just like you'd switch channels when something boring or distressing is on TV, do the same with your thoughts. When you're stuck in worry and mental reruns, change the channel in your mind. Another Stoic method is what they called negative visualization. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Imagine it, really see it, and then let it go. It's like preparing for a storm. You carry your umbrella just in case, but you don't spend all day staring at the sky. You get on with your life. Also, learn to simplify. Not every problem needs a deep investigation. Not every moment needs a solution. Your mind is like a suitcase. If you stuff it with things you don't need, every step becomes heavier. Choose only what truly matters. Let go of the mental baggage that serves no purpose, and practice silence. Not the kind where you simply stop talking, but the kind where you stop overthinking. Just be. Don't ask why you feel a certain way or what you should do about it. Just sit with whatever is present in that moment. The Stoics spoke about living in harmony with nature, and that includes accepting reality as it is, without piling on extra thoughts that only make things more complicated. At the end of the day, peace of mind is not about having an empty head, but about thinking with intention, less noise, more clarity. Living more isn't about packing your days with activities, it's about reducing the internal chatter. Train your mind to focus on what matters. That's where true freedom lies. Start by thinking less, but thinking better. Epictetus once said the goal isn't to have fewer worries, but to be more selective about which ones we choose to entertain. Every day, life can feel like an all-you-can-eat buffet of decisions. So many choices, so many mental dishes laid out before you, and in the end, you often end up overloaded, stuffed with more than you actually wanted. That's what happens when we don't create mental boundaries, when every little decision becomes an exhausting puzzle. But here's something that might help. Just make 3 solid decisions each day. That's all. Fewer choices, less stress, more clarity. It may sound too simple to be true, but this is Stoic wisdom in action. Your first decision of the day should be to limit the unnecessary. Let's be honest. Most decisions we face are pointless. How many times have you stood in front of your fridge wondering what to eat, or stared at your closet trying to decide what to wear? Cut that out. Build routines that strip away those trivial choices. Decide your meals ahead of time. Pick out your clothes for the week. The mental relief from not sweating the small stuff is huge. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from simplicity. The calmest people you know, they're not calm by accident. They've cleared their lives of unnecessary complications. And when you clear out the clutter, your mind naturally quiets down. Your second daily decision is about focusing your energy. Think of your attention like a flashlight. If you aim it everywhere, the light weakens. If you point it at one thing, it shines with intensity. Decide what you're not going to think about today. You don't have to solve every problem at once. You don't have to consider every outcome of every action. Pick one thing that matters. Focus on that. Let the rest wait. This isn't laziness, it's wisdom. If your mind is jumping from thought to thought, it's like trying to fill a bathtub with a strainer. You're working, but nothing sticks. Get focused, and mental overload begins to disappear. The third decision is just as crucial. Choose to rest your mind. Not necessarily by taking a nap. though that's not a bad idea, but by consciously stepping away from your mental whirlwind. Let yourself disconnect, even briefly. Give yourself permission to breathe. Take 5 minutes to stare out the window. No agenda, just rest. You don't need to meditate for 2 hours, just stop. Even if it's only for a few moments, that silence is like a reset button. The Stoics never promised a life without chaos, but they did teach how to find calm inside yourself. If your mind is peaceful, the world outside can't shake you as easily. Less is more. Reduce useless decisions. Focus your energy. Prioritize rest. You'll notice how the weight you carry in your mind begins to fade. You can't control the wind, but you can always adjust your sails. And when you do, you'll feel the difference. Remember, simplifying doesn't mean you're less capable. It means you're smarter with your energy. Stoic wisdom reminds us that real freedom isn't about having endless options. It's about knowing when to say enough. Think about how satisfying it feels to throw out trash. There's something almost sacred in the act of clearing space, removing what's no longer useful. Your mind needs the same treatment. Every day we accumulate mental waste, useless thoughts, unproductive worries, and nagging doubts that grow bigger the more attention we give them. But just like you wouldn't let your home fill up with garbage, you shouldn't allow your mind to do the same. The problem is that mental clutter is sneaky. It builds up quietly, like a virus running in the background, draining your peace, your concentration, and your energy. We take in so much: news, opinions, other people's problems, and without realizing it, our minds become emotional landfills. So ask yourself, what systems do you have in place to filter what enters and stays in your head? That's where Stoic clarity comes in. By filtering your thoughts, by being mindful of what you allow to settle in your mental space, you can protect your peace and reclaim your energy. Let go of what doesn't serve you. Don't hoard thoughts like old junk. Instead, clean house, mentally and emotionally, and make room for clarity, calm, and the kind of life you really want to live. You might believe that your thoughts are beyond your control, but think of it this way. If you can decide what music to play on the radio, if you can choose to turn off loud reggaeton blaring on a Sunday, then surely you can also choose which thoughts to entertain and which ones to release. It starts by locating the mental junkyard in your mind. The Stoics emphasized putting your attention on what is within your control, and your thoughts fall into that category. So, when you catch yourself looping over something you cannot change, try visualizing that thought as an empty, noisy, rusty can, utterly useless. Then toss it out. Or better yet, recycle it into something constructive. Set aside intentional time each day to unplug. This doesn't mean you have to completely abandon social media. That's not realistic. But it does mean setting boundaries. 20 minutes of news is more than enough to stay informed. The world keeps spinning, whether you obsess over every detail or not. Your job is to live your life, not to absorb the chaos. If you're constantly worrying about what tomorrow might bring, here's a simple but powerful technique. Anchor yourself in the now. The next time you're overwhelmed by all that needs to be done next week or next month, pause and ask yourself, what is one small, concrete action I can take right now? That small, present-focused move will start to dissolve that anticipatory anxiety. Just like you take out the garbage from your home, start taking out the trash in your head. Stop hoarding useless thoughts, and instead, recycle the ones that offer something of value. Remember, Stoic philosophy teaches that it's not what happens to us that defines our experience. It's how we respond. Treat your mind as the precious space that it is. Fill it with what nourishes you, not emotional waste that depletes you. Let this sink in. Your mind is like a room. Declutter it of what no longer serves you and make space for what truly matters. Less screen time, more real life. Be honest. How many times have you fallen into the trap of saying, just one more scroll, or let's see what else is there, like someone unconsciously reaching for another cookie and suddenly realizing they've finished the whole packet? You don't even notice that while your finger moves across the screen, your mind is becoming saturated with noise. Then, when you need your brain to focus on something meaningful, you discover there's no room left. You've become a passive observer of life, but not your life. Each time you dive into that endless stream of memes, updates, and headlines, it's not just your time you're losing. You're sacrificing your ability to disconnect, to reflect, to concentrate. Every swipe gives you a tiny dopamine hit, a fleeting pleasure like a piece of candy for your brain. But over time, this leaves you feeling hollower than fulfilled. The Stoics knew that inner peace doesn't come from distractions. It comes from mastering your mind and focusing on what's essential. But today's world seems designed to push you in the opposite direction. It wants you to flee from silence, to fill every moment with stimulation. What you might not realize is that this constant overload is what leaves you feeling so tired. Think about your routine. You wake up and immediately check your notifications. You eat while glued to a screen. At night, the last thing you look at before sleeping is your phone. Isn't it absurd that a device dictates every moment of your day? It's like being tethered to a machine that drains you more than it entertains or relaxes you. But what if I told you that you could start freeing yourself from this digital trap with small, intentional actions? You don't need to move to the mountains or permanently power off your phone, though that might sound tempting. Just start by taking short, conscious breaks throughout your day. Create little islands of calm by setting the phone aside, even if only for a few minutes. These pauses are like a reset button, returning your mind to its natural, grounded state, like a digital breath of fresh air. You can also set time limits for your social media use, like someone deciding in advance how many cookies to eat. It's easy to lose track of time online, but once you put boundaries in place, you'll begin to realize how much mental space you can reclaim. The Stoics valued moderation in all things, including technology. And please, don't fear silence. What terrifies us isn't the absence of noise, but the confrontation with ourselves, with the thoughts we've buried under the avalanche of distractions. Yet silence is exactly what your mind needs in order to heal and detox. Allow yourself to sit with your thoughts. Let them move through you. You'll begin to see everything with more clarity. And hey, here's a radical idea. Go for a walk without your phone. Really, no photos, no messages, just you and the world. It's more liberating than you might imagine. You don't need to document every moment. Just be in it. Suddenly the world feels wider, more real. It's a small rebellion against digital dependence and a powerful way to reconnect with yourself. The digital world was designed to grab your attention, but that doesn't mean you have to surrender your life to a screen. You hold the power to unplug, to find stillness in the chaos. As the Stoics would put it, true freedom isn't about turning off your phone. It's about mastering your mind so that external noise doesn't run the show. Listen closely. True rest isn't found by shutting down a screen, but by switching on your ability to live fully in the present. Take a breath and reset. Have you noticed how, in the middle of a whirlwind of thoughts, the first thing we forget to do is breathe? You might find yourself spinning in the same mental loops, lost in your usual worries, or juggling 100 thoughts at once. Yet the idea of simply stopping to breathe never crosses your mind. It's as if our brains are wired to overwhelm us, like modern Stoics facing the storm without the calm they once practiced. Breathing might seem too simple, too basic to be useful. Like, how could something so easy help you detox from something as complicated as mental exhaustion? But here's the truth. It's exactly what you need. Think of your mind like a computer that's been overworked. What do you do when it freezes? You shut it down and reboot. The same logic applies to your brain. When it's overloaded, a moment of mindful breathing acts as your personal reset button. When you're overthinking, your breath goes shallow and automatic. But if you intentionally take over, you can pause the mental noise. Inhale deeply, hold it, and then exhale slowly. Each breath becomes a small act of decluttering. Each exhale releases a bit of the mental garbage you've been storing up. That's how real detox begins, one breath at a time. Picture yourself as a Stoic sage, serene and wise in the face of modern madness. Breathe the way they might have. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 4. It's such a simple rhythm, it feels almost silly, but it forces your mind to slow down, to break free from the frenzy. This kind of conscious breathing doesn't just calm you. It sharpens your awareness and helps you see life with greater clarity. Now imagine that every time your mind feels ready to explode, you open an imaginary window, not a physical one, but a mental release. You pause, breathe deeply, and let that mental fog escape through that invisible opening. It's an immediate relief, both symbolic and real. And then there's the easiest, most accessible trick of all, your reset ritual. Each morning, before heavy thoughts get a chance to settle in, take 3 intentional breaths. Inhale, exhale, with full presence. It's like prepping your brain to run smoothly for the day ahead. Try doing this before any major task, conversation, or stressful moment. Whenever chaos approaches, pause and breathe. This doesn't cost time or money, it just takes presence. In a world flooded with noise, simply connecting with your breath is one of the most powerful and effortless ways to return to yourself. So the next time you feel lost in thought, remember, breathing is not just a sign of life. It's also the easiest way to begin again. As Mario Alonso wisely says, whoever controls their breath controls their mind. It's funny, isn't it? How we sometimes get so worked up over things that don't even matter, as if we were waging our own personal Trojan war. Maybe your coworker didn't greet you, or your favorite show had a disappointing finale, or your neighbor decided to blast reggaeton at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. And there you are, turning your emotions into a battlefield, fighting over something that, if you paused for a moment and looked at it clearly, probably doesn't even deserve a second of your attention. Here's a hard truth that's worth remembering. Not everything is worth your time or energy. Picture your energy as a glass of water. Every drop represents your mental and emotional strength. Now ask yourself, would you rather pour those drops into watering a flourishing garden, or waste them trying to put out fires that were never yours to begin with? Choosing your battles is a constant exercise in setting priorities. If you spend your strength fighting every little conflict, you'll eventually be drained when it's time to face the ones that truly matter. It's like trying to juggle 10 balls at once. Sooner or later, one will drop. Stoic philosophy has always been clear on this point. While you can't control what happens around you, you absolutely can control how you respond. So, why not bring this into your daily life? It's easy to fall into the trap of wanting to resolve everything, as though you're the main character in a self-improvement drama. But here's the reality. You don't need to respond to every challenge. Some things are simply not worth engaging in. Ask yourself this simple yet powerful question. Is this situation going to matter to me in a week, a month, or a year? If the answer is no, you already know what to do. Let it go. Release it, just like you would let go of a balloon that no longer serves a purpose in your life. The more you practice this, the better you'll get at recognizing what's truly worth your time and what's just mental clutter. Reducing the number of unnecessary battles you fight isn't weakness. It's a method of mental detox. Because the less energy you waste on the trivial, the more you'll have for the meaningful. Imagine your mind as a closet that's overstuffed with junk. The only way to make room for thoughts that truly matter is by clearing out the old, useless worries. Sometimes, real strength comes from not stepping into conflict at all. Not every issue requires an epic response or sleepless nights. The wise, the Stoics included, understood the importance of discerning which problems deserve attention. When you stop reacting to things that don't hold real significance, you'll be amazed at how much peace begins to surface in your life. Life isn't just a series of endless battles. It's about learning to choose which ones are actually worth your effort. As Seneca wisely said, knowing when not to act is one of the greatest signs of wisdom. And here's something else to consider. Do less to achieve more. We live in a world that glorifies being constantly busy. Multitasking is hailed as a superpower, but what if I told you that this belief is actually a myth? That's right. Doing many things at once doesn't make you more productive. It makes you more distracted. Think of a fly darting around, uncertain of where to land. That's what multitasking does to your mind. Sometimes the real key to being productive is doing less. We've been sold the lie that handling multiple tasks simultaneously is the hallmark of efficiency. But the truth? You end up doing everything poorly. It's like trying to cook, have a phone conversation, and watch your favorite show all at once. In the end, the food turns out bland, you miss half the show, and your friend doesn't even feel heard. Multitasking robs you of your most precious resource, your attention. The Stoics had already figured this out centuries ago. Focus is power. That's why Marcus Aurelius didn't write his meditations while playing a game of chess. Deep focus means pouring all your energy into one thing at a time. But to do that, you first have to detox your mind from the chaos of modern life. Begin by doing just one thing at a time. Sounds simple, right? But really think about it. How often do you have 20 browser tabs open just in case? Learning to focus on a single task not only boosts your productivity, it significantly lowers your stress levels. It's like listening to one song and savoring every note without being pulled away by distractions. That's how you should go through your day, task by task, fully present. Don't let your attention be hijacked by trivial matters. Also, look around you. Your environment matters. If your workspace is full of clutter, papers, old coffee cups, sticky notes, it's no wonder your mind feels overwhelmed. Mess in your physical space creates mess in your mental space. Clear it out. Give your brain room to breathe. This idea is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. Simplicity and detachment from the superfluous. Even your digital space needs cleaning. Every notification is like a thief stealing a piece of your focus. If you really want to detox your mind, start by turning off those unnecessary alerts. Trust me, nothing is that urgent, and if it is, you'll find out soon enough. In time, you'll begin to reclaim your ability to concentrate. And don't underestimate the power of taking breaks. We've been conditioned to believe that constant activity equals productivity, but the opposite is often true. Your best ideas come when your mind is calm, not overloaded. Give yourself the permission to pause, to be still, to do absolutely nothing. Let your thoughts flow or dissolve entirely. Seneca said it well. True strength lies in the stillness of the soul. Mental clarity lives in those quiet spaces. The paradox of doing is that when you try to do it all, you end up accomplishing very little. The answer? Do less, but do it with intention and excellence. Simplify your life. Focus on what truly matters. As the Stoics showed us, a simple life is the path to genuine peace. One day, when you're older and wiser, you'll look back and realize that clarity didn't come from doing more. It came from learning to do less. And finally, understand this. Your mind is not a storage room. It's not a place to stash every single thought, worry, or problem as if they were boxes stacked on top of one another. Boxes you can't even remember why you kept. What happens when a storage room gets too full? It overflows. Chaos takes over. The same thing happens to your mind when you insist on holding on to everything. Each thought, each problem doesn't need to take up permanent residence in your head. Your mind is like a container, and every container needs to be emptied from time to time. Unfortunately, no one ever teaches us how to do that. So every night, you lay in bed with your mind buzzing, trying to recall if you sent that email, where you left your keys, or why someone didn't reply to your message fast enough. And so the mental accumulation continues, night after night. You become like a hamster running endlessly on a wheel of thoughts. But here's what matters. You need to learn how to empty that mental space before the day ends. No, it's not some kind of magic trick. The Stoics already had the answer. Not every thought deserves space in your mind. You can't control everything, but you can decide how you respond. That's where your power lies. Imagine making it a daily ritual. Right before bed, you do a little mental housekeeping. Just like sweeping the dusty corners of a room, you clear out the clutter from your head. One of the easiest ways to do this is through a technique called mind dumping. Grab a piece of paper or open your notes app and write down everything that's on your mind. Don't worry about making sense of it. Just let it all out, like emptying a shopping cart filled with random, unnecessary things. Another technique is visualization. Close your eyes and picture each thought as a cloud slowly floating across the sky. Don't hold on to them. Don't try to analyze. Just watch them pass by. Remember, not every cloud brings a storm. Not every thought needs to stay. True rest begins when your mind is at ease, not when the clock strikes a certain hour. Make mental decluttering a habit, and soon your brain will learn to release what it doesn't need. You are not a storage room. Your mind doesn't have to be cluttered like one. At the end of the day, all you really need is a clear mental space, one where peace can lie beside you instead of your worries. Like my grandfather used to say, what you don't let go of ends up weighing you down. What you don't clean out will eventually suffocate you. If you've made it this far, I invite you to write in the comments, "Not everything needs an answer." I'm eager to hear your own victories and experiences. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell, and comment. This helps YouTube recognize the value of this content and lets us keep creating meaningful messages for people like you. Thank you truly for your time and support. See you in the next video. Top of form, bottom of form. Do you want to know what the most dangerous thing you can do in life is? It's doing nothing. Yes, it's really that simple. Nothing. It's easy to keep repeating the same excuses and maintain the same mediocre habits while waiting for that perfect day when everything finally falls into place. But here's the strongest truth. That day will never come. You already know that deep down. Let me make this clear for you, though. Don't worry, you're not alone. We're all in the same boat. Many of us need a push, or maybe even a hard shove, to break free from inertia. So today, we're going to dive into Stoic philosophy, but not in the form of some ancient, abstract teachings. Instead, I'll share it with the practicality you need to start improving your life, starting right now. In this video, I'll teach you the 10 crucial lessons or reality checks that will force you to be better. And don't stress. Perfection isn't necessary, just consistency. So, the question is, are you going to keep finding excuses, or are you finally ready to take control of your life? The perfect moment doesn't exist, and your only real competition is you. But before we jump into the lessons, I want to tell you a story that will help you better understand the wisdom you'll be learning today. There was once a young fisherman named Lucas, living in a small coastal town. Although Lucas was well known for his skills with nets and his deep knowledge of the sea, he always felt like something was missing in his life. Each morning, as he cast his nets into the water, he would gaze out at the horizon, imagining ways to improve both his fishing and his life. One day, while sailing alone in his small boat, an unexpected storm suddenly hit the sea. The massive waves threatened to capsize his boat, and the fierce wind made it impossible for him to return to shore. Lucas fought with all his might, but soon realized that sheer strength wasn't enough to survive this storm. He needed a plan. As the storm raged, he recalled the wise words of his grandfather, an experienced fisherman. The sea will teach you how to improve, day after day. Knowing how to swim isn't enough. You must also learn how to read the waves. Inspired by his grandfather's wisdom, Lucas began to carefully observe the movement of the water. He realized that instead of fighting the currents, he could use them to guide his boat. With patience and determination, he adjusted his sails and steered his boat toward a small cove he had once explored. It took him hours, but eventually he found refuge there, safe from the storm. The next day, when Lucas returned to the village, his neighbors were shocked to see him. Many had assumed he was lost to the storm. But not only had he survived, he came back with an important lesson. He shared how he had applied the knowledge he'd gained over the years to adapt to the situation and overcome it. Lucas explained to the younger fisherman, "Every day is an opportunity to improve, even if it's just a little. If you force yourself to learn from every experience, even from the storms, you'll come back stronger and wiser." From that day on, Lucas not only continued his fishing, but he also became a teacher, guiding others on how to face difficulties with calmness and strategy. He became an example of how consistent, incremental improvement transforms not only our skills, but also the way we perceive the world. The lesson Lucas taught was clear. Daily improvement isn't always about making huge changes. It's about learning to adapt, observing, and growing just a little each time. Push yourself to improve daily, and soon you'll realize that even the fiercest storms can become opportunities to move forward. Before we begin with the first lesson, I want to remind you to subscribe and activate notifications if you find this content useful. It will keep you updated with the latest videos. Let's get started with the first lesson. The enemy in the mirror. You know that invisible enemy that's always lurking, making you think that you can't move forward? No, I'm not talking about a childhood imaginary friend. I'm talking about something much more subtle. Your excuses. These little lies you tell yourself in order to feel better in the moment, but which are actually holding you back. It's time to expose them, because improving begins with recognizing your mental traps. Believe me when I say that if you don't spot them, you won't be able to move forward. When I look at you, I see someone incredibly capable, but when I hear you talk about your dreams, your projects, or your goals, all I hear are excuses. Does any of this sound familiar? I don't have time. I'm too tired. Now's not the right time. This Stoic philosophy stuff is too complicated for me. Excuses always hide behind our insecurities and fears. They convince you that one day in the future, everything will magically align. The truth is that perfect future doesn't exist. If you keep waiting for it, you'll always find yourself stuck in the same place, caught in the cycle of never actually starting. You need to see your excuses for what they are. Traps. Small mental manipulations that trick you into thinking that the problem lies outside of yourself. It's easier to blame lack of time or bad luck than to admit that you're doing nothing to improve. Stoic philosophy teaches us to take control of what depends on us and to release what doesn't. Time, luck, other people, those are things beyond your control. What you can control is your own actions. So, if you really want to improve, start by questioning those excuses. A powerful strategy is to write them down. I know it may sound silly, but it works. List all the reasons that have held you back so far. Put them down on paper and face them head on. You'll find that each excuse grows weaker when exposed to the light of reality. Next to each excuse, write down a specific action you can take to move forward, even if it's just a small step. It doesn't matter what the step is, just do it. Every small action brings you closer to your goal. Another tactic that will help you is to force yourself to improve every day. Don't wait for everything to be perfect, because it never will be. Do something, even if you don't feel like it. Get up and complete a small task every day without making excuses. I'm not saying you should punish yourself, but like the Stoics, you must understand that improvement is a constant process, not something that will happen in a sudden grand moment. Excuses lose their power when discipline becomes part of your routine. So, if you really want to move forward, start by recognizing the enemy in the mirror, your excuses. They're just mental obstacles, and you can beat them with action. Stop searching for the perfect moment or the perfect conditions. The only perfect moment is now, and the only stage you need is your own will to improve, step by step. Let's move on to the second lesson. The power of small steps. You've probably heard the idea that to change your life, you need to take one big leap. Well, let me tell you, that idea is as wrong as believing that the office coffee will save us from a disastrous Monday morning. The truth is, the real power lies in small steps, the tiny victories that may not seem like much in the moment, but which, in the end, build the personal empire you dream of. We often think we need to make grand, heroic efforts to change our lives, but the most important changes don't come from a single act of bravery. They come from those days when you achieve something, no matter how small, that moves you closer to your goal. For example, maybe instead of binge-watching the latest series, you decide to take a 15-minute walk. It's not a marathon, but it's a step toward better health. Or perhaps you decide to read 10 pages of a book instead of mindlessly scrolling through your phone. Those are the moments that truly count. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't believe in sudden dramatic changes. They knew that real progress comes from small, consistent efforts. Instead of waiting for everything to be fixed all at once, they advocated working every day, even when the road ahead seemed long and tedious. The key isn't to give up, it's to keep moving forward, even if it's just a small step. That's the secret to lasting change. Now, you may be wondering how to force yourself to improve each day. The answer is simple. Create habits. Yes, it really is that easy. The magic of habits is that over time, they become automatic. The trick is to start with actions that you can do with minimal effort, things that make you feel like you've achieved something, even if it's small. Don't try to mimic the exercise routine of an Olympic athlete right away, but that doesn't mean you can't start with something small. For example, you can begin with just 5 minutes of stretching when you wake up. And of course, you can avoid the temptation to procrastinate on tasks that are important to you. These small steps, though they might seem insignificant, accumulate over time, making a bigger difference than you might think. If you find it hard to get started, that's okay. You don't need everything to be perfect right now. Focus on one day at a time. If you don't manage to accomplish everything you set out to do today, don't beat yourself up about it. But if, on the other hand, you've taken that small step, even if it doesn't feel like a huge accomplishment, celebrate that mini victory. Life is not measured in grand moments, but in a series of small decisions, and those decisions ultimately define your destiny. Remember, the key isn't to change everything all at once, but to make those small changes day by day. If you do this consistently, time will work in your favor. As the saying goes, if you want your life to be different, start by committing to daily improvement, little by little. Instead of obsessing over giant leaps, focus on taking small, invisible steps that will gradually bring you closer to the life you truly desire. The secret to success lies in these mini victories. Perseverance, even when it doesn't seem to bring immediate results, will carry you much further than any single grand effort. As it's often said, change doesn't come from doing huge things, but from doing small things consistently. The sum of these small victories shapes your future. It's time to leave your comfort zone. Staying too long in your comfort zone is like living inside a bubble. Everything seems fine at first, but in reality, you're suffocating without even realizing it. You get so used to what's easy and familiar that you forget what it truly means to live. The comfort zone is like a cozy armchair that holds you too tightly, making you feel safe. But at what cost? You're losing the space to grow, to learn, to face new challenges. It's time to break free from that bubble before it bursts. Leaving your comfort zone may sound terrifying, and it's true that nobody likes to leave the security of the familiar to jump into the unknown. But here's the trick. It's not about jumping without a parachute. It's about taking one small step at a time into the unknown. Yes, fear will accompany you on this journey. But the good news is that fear is a sign that you are alive and moving forward, rather than staying stagnant like a stone in the middle of a river. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't fear challenges. They saw them as opportunities to improve. They urged themselves to grow day by day. But how can you start stepping out of your comfort zone without feeling overwhelmed? The answer lies in small changes, pushing your limits gradually. Picture yourself walking on a tightrope. You wouldn't jump all at once, right? You'd start by taking slow, deliberate steps, concentrating, and learning to maintain your balance. That's how you can begin making changes in your life. It doesn't require a giant leap. It only takes a small but determined step. A great example of this is the habit of continuous improvement. Spend a few minutes each day doing something that pushes you out of your comfort zone, whether it's reading a book that intimidates you or having a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. The important thing is to take action. Even if fear paralyzes you, the worst that can happen is that you learn something new, even if it's just about yourself. Consider setting small, manageable goals. If you set a goal to run a marathon right away, you'll likely end up with nothing but a sore knee and an existential crisis. But if your goal is to walk for just 20 minutes each day, by the end of the week, you will have walked for 140 minutes. It's not a revolution, but it's a step forward, and if you continue taking small steps each day, you'll see that over time, you've covered a great distance. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't have to be a massive leap. Instead, aim for small actions that encourage growth. As Seneca, the great Stoic philosopher, said, "True freedom isn't found in staying where you feel comfortable, but in learning to grow in every situation, even when fear is lurking." So the next time you feel drawn back to your comfort zone, take a deep breath, take that first step, and use fear to fuel your progress. Remember, life isn't meant to be comfortable. It's the discomfort that allows us to evolve. As Carl Jung said, life begins where your comfort zone ends. Now, let's talk about the art of failing like a pro. Throughout our lives, we often do everything we can to avoid failure, and when we finally stumble, we feel like the world is against us. But what if I told you that failure isn't just part of the process, it's the quickest way to improve? Losing and falling may not seem glamorous, but this is something the Stoics understood well. They accepted adversity with grace and saw failure as an opportunity to grow. The key isn't in avoiding failure, but in using it as a tool for improvement. Failure may feel uncomfortable and triggering, bringing up emotions like shame, frustration, and regret. But if we pause and look beyond the emotional reaction, we'll see that failure actually points us toward the areas where we need to improve. Think of failure as a treasure map, but only if you know how to read it. I'm not suggesting that you should be thrilled when you fail, nor am I asking you to put a sign on your house that says, "Long live failure." What I'm encouraging you to do is shift your perspective. Instead of seeing failure as defeat, view it as an opportunity to learn something new about yourself, about your limitations, and about what really matters. As the Stoics said, pain and failure are inevitable, but what matters most is how we respond to them. How do you take advantage of failure? There's no magic formula. It's about consistent action and constant improvement. Stoic philosophy teaches us to view each new day as an opportunity to be better than the day before, even if it's just by a little. This means that every mistake, every stumble, every moment of frustration is valuable if you choose to use it to improve. It's like going to the gym. On your first day, you won't be lifting weights like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but little by little, with effort and perseverance, you'll become stronger. In this way, failure isn't an obstacle, it's a step toward your personal peak. The key is not to allow yourself to stagnate. Real failure comes when you fail to learn from your mistakes and keep repeating the same actions over and over. If every time you fall, you get back up with more knowledge, you'll have made significant progress, even though the journey may not be easy or quick. Improvement isn't a sprint, it's a marathon, And the art of failing like a pro is about understanding that every mistake is an opportunity in disguise. If you don't fail, how will you know if you're progressing? The real secret isn't in avoiding failure, but in rising stronger every time you fall. As Marcus Aurelius said, "It is not the mistake that matters, but what you do after making it." Finally, let's talk about routines that can transform your life. How many times in your life have you said, "Tomorrow I'll start," only to find that tomorrow never comes? Every time you make that promise, you sink deeper into the comfort of procrastination. Have you ever felt stuck in this cycle? Don't worry, you're not alone. This is the classic trap that many of us fall into, especially when we focus more on excuses than on action. But what if I told you that your ideal day isn't far away or impossible? It's not about magic, it's about creating habits that move you toward personal growth. The key is in your routines, the small decisions you make every day. For example, what you do every morning can set the tone for the rest of your day. Imagine waking up and instead of diving into a chaotic, aimless day, you take control and start by doing something small but meaningful. The way you start your day can have a significant impact on the rest of your life. Imagine waking up and instead of diving straight into the chaos of your routine, you take a moment to intentionally set the tone for your day. Perhaps you choose to begin with something simple, a brief meditation or a walk outside to clear your mind. These small acts of intentionality can influence the direction of your day. What would happen if, instead of getting caught in a cycle of repetitive, negative thoughts, you deliberately filled your mind with something more constructive? Even moments of stillness, though they might seem insignificant, carry immense power. However, what truly matters is not only how you begin your day, but how you maintain it. If you've studied any Stoic philosophy, you are likely familiar with the importance of self-discipline. The Stoics taught that having control over oneself and not being swayed by impulsive behavior is essential. They emphasized the value of continuous self-improvement, of pushing yourself to get better every day. This doesn't mean waiting for ideal conditions because, as the Stoics would point out, perfect circumstances don't exist. It means making a commitment to improving your life, even in small steps, every single day. Perhaps today you cannot write a 300-page book, but you can certainly write one page. Maybe you won't completely transform your life in a single morning, but you can take a step in the right direction. The key here is to start small, with something manageable, something you can control. This way, you can feel a sense of progress as you move forward. As you incorporate new habits into your routine, you'll realize that making positive changes is far simpler than it initially seems. Consider something as simple as writing down 3 things you're grateful for each morning. That small practice could completely change the way you view the rest of your day. Or, if you struggle with decision-making, take a few minutes each day to reflect on what went well and what didn't. This small exercise helps shift your focus to the positive and trains you to make better choices. Never underestimate the power of small changes. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely said, "It's not that we have little time, but that we waste much of it." The routines you establish today won't just help you organize your day, they'll lay the foundation for your future. There's no need for a drastic overnight transformation. What matters is your commitment to becoming slightly better each day. This consistent effort, even in the smallest of actions, is what will truly transform your life and bring you closer to becoming the ideal version of yourself. As Gandhi wisely put it, progress is not the sum of big steps, but the constancy of small changes. Now, Consider the constant noise that fills your mind. Have you ever paused to think about the mental chatter that never seems to stop? The internal dialogue that feels more like an adversary, one that constantly tries to sabotage your every step forward. That endless murmur in your mind that tells you that you can't succeed, that you won't do well, or that it's not worth trying, is a persistent barrier. It's like having a personal DJ in your brain, but instead of blasting uplifting music, it plays a constant stream of negative thoughts. Clearly, it's difficult to move forward when you're caught in the middle of that mental storm. The problem with this mental noise is that it can become a block, one that prevents you from taking action. You begin to wonder, what if I'm wrong? What if I can't do it? What if it's too late? These thoughts echo again and again, keeping you stuck in indecision and inaction. The truth is, while you can't control what thoughts pop into your head, you can learn how to respond to them. It's not a matter of magically silencing those thoughts, but of managing your reaction to them. This is the essence of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that we must distinguish between what is within our control and what is not. Thoughts are like the wind. They may blow unpredictably, but you can choose how you respond. You can't stop them from coming, but you can decide how to direct your energy. The key lies in deciding what to do with those thoughts. If you let doubt and insecurity take control, your actions will follow that direction. However, if you decide to take a step forward despite your doubts, the mental noise will lose its power. So, how do you deal with that inner noise that holds you back? First, you must acknowledge it. Stop ignoring it and instead confront it directly. Instead of allowing yourself to be paralyzed by the "I can't" mindset, begin to ask yourself, why can't I? When you do this honestly, you'll often find that the real obstacle is your own reluctance to take action. The next step is to take action, no matter what your thoughts may say. Even if your mind insists that you can't, do it anyway. Take a small step. If you struggle with procrastination, for example, make yourself sit down and work, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes can turn into 10, and then an hour. Action is the antidote to mental noise. And most importantly, don't wait for the noise to go away completely, because in truth, it may never fully disappear. There will always be some mental chatter, but what matters is that you don't let it dictate your actions. The greatest enemy you'll ever face isn't external. It's the noise in your head. The power that this noise holds over you is the power you choose to give it. If you stop listening, you can start to move forward. Even if your mind tells you that you can't, force yourself to act, and you'll see how that noise begins to fade. Remember, every day is a new opportunity to quiet the chaos in your mind and take one more step forward. Your progress may be slow, but as long as you keep going, the noise will become less and less significant. The next challenge is comparison. Have you ever found yourself comparing your progress to others and thinking, why can't I have that? Or, why am I not as successful or happy as they are? If you have, you're not alone. Comparison is one of the most self-sabotaging habits we can fall into. It's a trap that steals your peace and fills you with doubts and frustrations. And it happens so subtly that you don't even realize it's happening. Comparison is like a race where instead of moving toward your own finish line, you're constantly checking your position relative to everyone else. You waste time measuring your speed, your pace, and even your appearance, all the while losing ground. The truth is, comparing yourself to others is a dead-end road. While it may seem like it will push you forward, it actually paralyzes you. You might look at someone else and think they're further along or have something you don't. but that's just an illusion. The Stoics, who focused on inner peace and happiness, would tell us that the key to living a fulfilling life is to focus on what we can control, not on what others are doing. You can't win a race if you're constantly looking at the competitors. So, what's the solution? It's simple, though not always easy. The solution is to focus on your own journey and commit to improving yourself every single day, even if it's just a little bit. You don't have to be the best at everything, but you can certainly be better than you were yesterday. This approach doesn't mean taking massive leaps all at once. Instead, it's about making consistent, small improvements. The key is to keep moving forward, no matter how slowly, and not to give up when obstacles arise or when others seem to be progressing faster. The only true competitor you need to beat is your past self. Strive to surpass who you were yesterday, and you'll quickly see that this alone is more than enough. If you push yourself to improve even just a little bit each day, you'll be astounded by how far you've come. As Brian Tracy wisely puts it, true competition is not about comparing yourself to others, but about being better than you were yesterday. Dreaming is a wonderful thing, but turning those dreams into reality is what truly matters. You've likely found yourself in the shoes of an avid dreamer, full of big ideas, grand goals, and exciting projects. But how often do you end the day with only a list of unfulfilled dreams? The key to transforming these dreams into something tangible lies in one simple but challenging truth. Dreaming is important, but action is what makes the difference. It's time to stop circling the same thoughts and take concrete steps. Imagine an architect who has a brilliant design in mind, but never gets to the stage of drawing plans, hiring contractors, or ordering materials. Without action, the most spectacular ideas are meaningless. The same goes for you. Ideas alone hold no value unless you act on them. You might think you're working toward a great future, but in reality, you're simply accumulating empty thoughts. The Stoics, with their ancient wisdom, fully understood this. They emphasized the importance of action over idle contemplation. If you truly want to become someone who achieves, it's not enough to set goals. You must also have a clear plan and an unwavering commitment to daily improvement. You may be wondering how to go from just thinking about something to actually taking action. The strategy is simple. Break down your larger goals into smaller, manageable tasks. For example, if your goal is to write a book, don't obsess over the cover or acknowledgements. Focus on writing a single paragraph each day. If you want to get fit, don't think about losing 10 kilograms. Simply aim to go for a 30-minute walk. The hard part isn't just breaking things down, it's committing to those smaller tasks. The road to improvement is challenging, and distractions like the allure of the couch will try to derail you. But if you give in to procrastination, those dreams will remain nothing but fantasies. To combat this, treat yourself to small rewards after accomplishing tasks. For example, after writing 500 words, take a break or enjoy a little treat. Your brain will respond better when it knows there's a reward waiting. Consistency is another crucial element. Improving is like learning to play an instrument. At first, your fingers may struggle and the notes might sound off, but with practice, you will improve over time. The same principle applies to your goals. Even though progress might seem slow at first, every small step counts. In the end, great achievements are simply a collection of consistent daily actions. If you continue to dream without taking action, you'll find yourself in the same place a year from now, perhaps even further away from your goals. So make it a priority to start working on your dreams today. Goals are meant to be achieved, not left suspended in the air. Remember, it's not about perfection, it's about consistency. As the Stoics taught, it's not about waiting for the perfect moment, but rather seizing the present moment to take action. As Seneca said, "He who does not advance today is left behind tomorrow." Consider the people who surround you, those in your life who support or understand you. Your environment plays a bigger role in your growth than you might realize. It could be the difference between feeling stuck and making significant strides towards self-improvement. And no, this isn't about surrounding yourself with influencers or self-help experts. It's about being around people who genuinely challenge you, who push you to break your own limits and grow. You might be thinking that it's impossible to choose the people around you, especially when it comes to family or co-workers. But here's the secret. Even if you can't control who's in your immediate circle, you can control how you respond to them and, most importantly, where you direct your energy. The Stoics knew this well. Your environment doesn't define who you are, but how you respond to it does. Just like the philosophers of antiquity, you can strive to improve every day, even in the face of chaos. The environment is powerful. If you surround yourself with people who only tell you what you want to hear and never challenge you, you're in a dangerous position. It's like trying to learn how to swim in a plastic pool. You'll float, but you're not really moving forward. Growth requires being pushed out of your comfort zone. So, what should you do? Take a careful look at your inner circle. Examine who gives you energy and who drains it. Who challenges you and who keeps you stuck in your old ways. Sometimes improvement comes not from radical changes, but from simply becoming more aware of who you spend your time with and where you invest your energy. Don't get caught in the comfort of people who are content with keeping everything the same. If there's no growth, what's the point? Surrounding yourself with people who inspire you doesn't mean you need to fill your life with geniuses or experts. It's not about finding perfect people, but rather those who, regardless of their success or wisdom, motivate you to be better. Sometimes, the people who seem least remarkable can teach you the most. Continuous improvement is not a destination, it's a journey. And on that journey, you need companions who will help keep you on track. In the end, if you want to progress, you must be surrounded by people who are also moving forward. So, seek out those who challenge you and encourage you to improve. Don't settle into a comfortable bubble where no one pushes you. Stoic philosophy teaches us that while we cannot control everything happening around us, we can choose how to react. If you surround yourself with the right people, they can make it much easier for you to improve every day. Although the path may not always be easy, the right tribe can make the effort worthwhile. Remember, your environment doesn't determine your destiny, but it can fuel your journey to achieve it. It's easy to get excited when starting a new project. The enthusiasm, the energy, and the optimism feel unstoppable. But what happens after a few weeks, when the initial excitement starts to fade? The routine of doing the same thing every day can become monotonous, and motivation starts slipping away. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. The key is learning how to maintain that motivation without burning out. The first thing to understand is that motivation isn't a constant, unending force. It's more like fuel that needs to be replenished. If you don't keep refueling it, it will eventually burn out. So, how do you maintain your energy without exhausting yourself? Here's the trick. Celebrate, breathe, and repeat. Progress isn't always visible in huge leaps. Sometimes, improving is like constructing a brick house. Each day, you place one brick, And while the progress may not be obvious right away, over time you'll build something solid. Don't be discouraged by the lack of immediate results. Celebrate the small victories, like finishing a chapter of that book you've been putting off, or finally getting up early to exercise after weeks of procrastination. These small achievements are worth acknowledging. Motivation is closely tied to focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. This is a key concept in Stoic philosophy. Often, frustration arises because we expect too much too soon. We want to achieve everything at once, be perfect and do it all right away. But that's unrealistic, and it's a surefire way to burn yourself out. Take a step back when things feel overwhelming. Remember, the journey towards success is not a sprint, but a marathon. The key to continual improvement lies in repetition. But this doesn't mean repeating the same tasks mindlessly like a robot. The real trick is to bring variety into your routine. If you perform the same actions every day without change, you will quickly lose interest, and your motivation will disappear. Instead, seek new challenges within your daily activities. Once you've mastered a habit, why not make it more challenging? If you exercise regularly, increase the duration or change your routine. If you love reading, explore new genres. Repetition doesn't have to feel monotonous if you introduce variety into the process. The path to continuous improvement is not a straight line, and it's certainly not always easy. There will be days when your motivation fades and you might even feel like giving up. However, it's important to remember that the key is to celebrate small wins, take breaks when needed, and keep going with determination. Every little victory counts. Motivation isn't a fleeting spark, it's a fire that requires consistent effort and patience to keep burning. Even when things get tough, don't lose faith. Each step, no matter how small, moves you closer to your goal. As my father, may he rest in peace, always said, progress doesn't come from giant leaps, but from daily victories, no matter how small they may seem. If you've made it this far, share in the comments how your attitude has changed. I invite you to subscribe, turn on notifications, and comment so YouTube knows that these videos are valuable to you. Your support motivates us to keep creating content that helps people like you. We also recommend checking out the last 2 videos. We truly appreciate your time and support. See you soon in our next video. We live in a world constantly filled with distractions and persistent worries, making it incredibly easy to slip into the snare of overthinking. Marcus Aurelius, the renowned Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, reminded us of a timeless truth. The power over our minds lies within us. Although we cannot influence external events, we do have complete control over how we respond to them and how we process them internally. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly ask you to support this work by subscribing and liking this video. That simple act helps me continue to create more content like this in the future. Stay with us until the very end, because the final tip in this video about overcoming analysis paralysis will challenge you to deeply reflect on your life so far. Walk with us through this message and discover a truth that could shift the way you see your own journey. The common struggle of having a noisy, restless mind filled with endless thoughts is something we all encounter at some point. The frustration of feeling caught in an infinite loop of mental chatter, paralyzed by indecision, and overwhelmed by constant evaluation. These are burdens many of us carry. The issue with excessive thinking is that it locks us into a continual state of worry, constantly pulling us into the past or launching us forward into future anxieties, preventing us from being fully present. we find ourselves stuck in a mental spiral that blocks clear decision-making and robs us of inner peace. If you're searching for ways to break this exhausting cycle and reclaim your mental space, you're in the right place. Discover how to regulate your emotions and unlock your true inner power with our ebook, The Power of the Mind. Click on the link in the first pinned comment to get your copy today. Let's begin with the first step. Change your perspective toward gratitude. Our minds often lead us astray, pushing us into a maze of over-analysis about what we lack, what might go wrong, or what we have yet to achieve. This endless loop can leave us drained and discontent. Overthinking frequently grows from a mindset focused on what's missing or negative, which overshadows the good already present in our lives. Seneca once said that true happiness lies in embracing the present moment without anxiously waiting for what's to come. This Stoic gem encourages us to shift from a perspective of scarcity to one of abundance. The practice of gratitude invites us to recognize the value in the now, to see the blessings that are already with us, blessings we often overlook when we are preoccupied with worrying about the future. Practicing gratitude draws us out of the ruts in our minds and grounds us in the rich soil of the present, where life truly unfolds. To adopt this shift in focus, start by acknowledging 3 things each day that you are genuinely thankful for. They don't need to be grand. A warm cup of coffee, the soft comfort of your favorite sweater, or a thoughtful message from a friend, all of these qualify. This small, consistent practice helps redirect the mind away from over-analysis and toward appreciation for what is currently in your life. When anchored in gratitude, you begin to quiet the mental noise of excessive thought, while also deepening your appreciation for everyday experiences. Gratitude enhances the positives in life and gradually transforms your inner dialogue from one of lack to one of abundance. Over time, this new way of seeing things can reshape how you approach life's challenges, turning them into occasions to be even more thankful for what is already good in your world. This shift isn't just about feeling better in the present, it's about building a foundation of inner contentment that can carry you through the inevitable highs and lows of life. Next, embrace impermanence and the art of letting go. Let's be honest. Our minds often get stuck in loops, replaying past mistakes or fixating on what might happen next. This mental playground of excessive thought is where ideas become clingy and overstay their welcome. It's a struggle that doesn't discriminate. Whether you're a student stressed over exams, a professional anxious about a big presentation, or simply someone trying to fall asleep while your mind races, the challenge is real. But even in this mental chaos, we can find solace in the wisdom of Epictetus, who once said that a man who fears death will never do anything meaningful while he's alive. Though it might sound intense, at its core, this quote speaks to the essential Stoic idea of impermanence. Everything changes, including those thoughts that seem to have built a permanent home in our heads. Often we treat our thoughts as if they are fixed parts of who we are, as if they are unchangeable. But Stoicism gently reminds us that nothing is truly permanent, not even the thoughts that weigh us down. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means acknowledging that we don't need to hold on so tightly. We can learn to watch thoughts pass like leaves floating down a river or clouds moving through the sky, constantly shifting, never staying the same. Accepting impermanence means understanding that our thoughts come and go. They are not eternal. This realization can be a powerful source of hope, especially when you feel stuck in the depths of overthinking. Embracing impermanence in a practical way means forming the habit of letting go, cleansing the mind of thoughts that no longer serve us. This practice not only offers immediate relief, but also plants a deeper awareness that change is natural and necessary. Incorporating this awareness into your daily routine can radically transform your relationship with your thoughts. The goal isn't to forcibly evict them, but to allow them to leave when their time is up. Letting go isn't weakness, it's strength. It's a bold choice to stop letting unnecessary thoughts take up space in your mind for free. As you become more skilled at this practice, you'll begin to notice a quiet, clear space within you, a peacefulness that has always been there, simply hidden beneath the noise. Embracing impermanence isn't just another tool, it's a shift toward a calmer, more present way of living. And finally, remember to stay with us through the end of this journey. The last insight will invite you to deeply reflect on your life so far and open your heart to a shift that could redefine how you see your path ahead. This realization can offer a sense of relief and hope when you find yourself caught in a web of overthinking. To embrace impermanence in practice is to develop the habit of letting go. It's a form of mental decluttering, a conscious act of releasing the thoughts that no longer serve us. You can begin this process by visualizing a river, imagining each thought as a leaf floating on the surface of the water, gently drifting away. Or perhaps see them as clouds, constantly shifting, forming, and then disappearing. This kind of imagery not only brings immediate calm, but also fosters a deeper understanding. The true nature of thought is transitory. Integrating this practice into your daily life can gradually reshape the way you relate to your thoughts. It's not about forcibly pushing them away, but rather allowing them to pass naturally. Letting go is not a sign of weakness or surrender. It's an act of courage. It shows that you are choosing not to let repetitive, unhelpful thoughts occupy your mental space without permission. As you get better at this, you'll begin to notice a newfound clarity, a peaceful mental space that was always within you, hidden beneath the noise of excessive thinking. Embracing impermanence isn't just a technique. It's a shift toward a more peaceful, grounded way of living in the present moment. Focus on the effort, not on the outcome. Overthinking often stems from the mind's constant dance with the future, its potential results, its risks, and its relentless possibilities for failure and disappointment. This kind of forward projection can freeze us in fear as we become consumed with the what-ifs and the consequences of our actions, rather than focusing on the actions themselves. We live in a world that is heavily result-oriented, where the ends frequently justify the means. This can lead us to believe that if success isn't guaranteed, then the effort isn't worth it. However, a powerful quote from Epictetus offers a clear directive. Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Stoicism teaches us to focus our energy on our intentions and efforts rather than outcomes, because outcomes are often beyond our control. This doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or dreams, but it emphasizes that the true worth lies in how we pursue them, the quality of our efforts, the sincerity of our actions, and the virtue with which we walk our path. Whenever you find yourself caught in the loop of overthinking about possible results, try redirecting your thoughts to the effort itself. Ask yourself, am I giving my best? Am I acting with integrity? Am I staying aligned with my core values? This mindset is all about being present in the process, showing up fully, doing the work, and knowing that's where your responsibility ends. Focusing on effort can liberate us from the burden of over-analyzing. It allows us to live in the moment, and give our best without the looming pressure of future uncertainties clouding our experience. This change in mindset transforms every action from being merely a step toward a goal into a reflection of your character and dedication. When you shift your focus in this way, your journey ceases to be just a path to a destination and becomes a meaningful expression of living with purpose, where every step is a success in itself. These three strategies open the door to new insights. They help unlock hidden inner strength, build resilience, and equip you to navigate life's complexities with greater balance and perspective. Take control by redirecting your energy. Have you ever noticed yourself spiraling into a mental storm of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios, repeating the same worries over and over until you're completely drained? It feels like having 100 browser tabs open in your mind, each one blasting a different video at full volume, and there's no way to turn it off. This chaotic mental state is a hallmark of modern life, where the constant pressure to keep up with everything can trap us in a never-ending cycle of overthinking. But just as a cluttered desk needs tidying up, so does a cluttered mind. Redirecting your mental energy isn't just about achieving peace. It's about regaining control and quieting the endless noise of possibilities so you can actually experience the present. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, expressed this wisdom beautifully when he said that true happiness lies in enjoying the present without anxious dependence on what the future might bring. This timeless advice becomes a guiding principle for regaining control by shifting your focus. Start by anchoring yourself in the present. Choose a single task, no matter how small, and commit your energy fully to completing it. This deliberate change in focus pulls you out of the whirlpool of what might happen and roots you in the only moment that's truly real, right now. The practice is simple, yet deeply impactful. Engage in something that requires your complete attention. It could be as basic as cleaning your workspace or taking a brisk walk. These small acts, when done with full presence, become powerful tools to refocus your mind and reclaim your mental space. These acts are grounded in the present. They don't belong to tomorrow or yesterday. By syncing your thoughts with what you're actively doing, you aren't merely distracting yourself. You're reclaiming control over where your mental energy flows. Remember, Stoicism is not about suppressing your thoughts. It's about learning to manage them. When you consciously choose where to place your mental focus, you're practicing a form of inner discipline. The aim isn't to completely banish overthinking. That would be an unrealistic goal. Instead, the purpose is to notice when your thoughts are no longer serving you and to equip yourself with the tools to gently redirect them. This is much like training a muscle. The more consistently you exercise this redirection, the stronger and more resilient you become. Over time, you'll find that the once overwhelming flood of excessive thoughts can, in fact, be tamed through deliberate action and a grounded presence in the here and now. Picture your overthinking as something external to you, like a force that doesn't originate from your core self, but instead looms in your mind like a thick fog on an otherwise bright and sunny day. It might begin with a single concern or thought, but it quickly expands, spreading across your mental landscape like a sudden storm. In our modern world, we are endlessly bombarded by information, like hail pelting down during that storm, and our minds become flooded with questions like, what if, what now, or what could have been. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, once said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. This timeless wisdom introduces a powerful technique for managing overthinking, visualizing it as something outside yourself. This isn't about making your thoughts into enemies, but rather acknowledging that intrusive thoughts are not your essence. They are visitors, temporary and separate from your true identity. Imagine these thoughts as clouds drifting past a majestic mountain. You are that mountain, steadfast and unmoving, while the clouds pass by without changing who you are. How do you protect yourself from these mental intruders? Stoicism encourages us to observe them without becoming emotionally entangled. You might picture these thoughts inside a bubble and watch them float away from you. This mental exercise doesn't just lighten your mental load, it also strengthens your understanding that thoughts are fleeting. They only gain the power to disrupt your peace if you choose to hold on to them and grant them that authority. Practicing this form of visualization builds a mental reflex that helps you release these thoughts before they escalate into emotional storms. As you become more skilled at distinguishing yourself from the chaos of excessive thinking, it gets easier to recognize that you are not merely the sum of your thoughts. This awareness acts like a protective shield, like wearing earplugs in a loud, crowded place. It's a deliberate and continuous effort, one that strengthens with consistent practice. When you find yourself slipping back into overthinking, pause and visualize that thought as nothing more than noise, detached from your core self. Doing this isn't just a way to defend against mental clutter, it's a declaration that you're reclaiming your mental space and your inner peace, step by step. Every time you apply this technique, you're enhancing your ability to stay calm and rooted, even amidst internal chaos. It's a reminder that you can find serenity, not by eliminating thoughts, but by changing your relationship with them. Stay connected with us on our Stoic Daily accounts on TikTok, YouTube, and other social platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for more wisdom. Another powerful method to manage overthinking is to create a designated worry period. Worrying is part of the human experience. These concerns often linger at the back of our minds, like the constant hum of a refrigerator, sometimes barely noticeable, yet always present. Such worries can hijack your thoughts at any time, when you're trying to work, spending time with friends, or attempting to fall asleep. It feels as though your mind is a stage, and worries are uninvited actors barging in without warning. But let's reflect on this bold insight from Epictetus, the Stoic teacher. If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. At first glance, this may seem unrelated, but it's a courageous call to prioritize your inner peace over the fear of appearing naive or complacent. Creating a worry period is a strategic move. It gives your worries their moment on the stage, but only during a planned encore, not the main performance. Set aside a specific time each day, maybe 20 minutes in the afternoon, when you allow yourself to focus completely on your worries. During this window, dive into those concerns, examine them, trace their roots, write down what's truly bothering you. Ask yourself, how likely are these scenarios? What actions can I take, if any? This focused session often reveals that many of your fears are like shadows, large in appearance but lacking substance. By confronting them intentionally, you strip them of their power. They lose the ability to lurk in the background, stealing your peace when you least expect it. Practicing this technique doesn't mean you give in to worry. It means you take control of when and how it enters your life. And with each passing day, as you consciously engage with your thoughts rather than letting them run rampant, you become more capable of navigating life with clarity, strength, and calm. Engaging in this deliberate practice helps train your mind to understand that there is a designated moment to worry, and that moment is not supposed to span across your entire day. When the set time for worrying is over, you move on with your day. You've acknowledged your concerns, given them a space to breathe, and now it's time to let them go. By compartmentalizing your worries this way, you reclaim control over your time and energy. The aim is not to eliminate worry altogether, that would be an unrealistic goal, but to contain it, thus minimizing its influence over your daily life. This method is like tidying up your mental space. It's about organizing your thoughts, placing each one where it belongs, and enjoying the serenity that comes with a clutter-free inner world. Often, you'll find that these concerns lose their intensity once they're not allowed to wander unchecked. Life begins to feel a bit lighter, a bit more bearable, and even more enjoyable. When overwhelmed by a storm of thoughts, break them down into manageable actions. Overwhelming thoughts can hit like an emotional avalanche, making us feel as if we're carrying the weight of a boulder on our backs. Our problems seem to carry the weight of the world, and we find ourselves buried under the thick fog of our own minds. This experience isn't unique to you. It's a shared part of being human, and it's intensified by the modern world's constant demands to excel in every area: work, relationships, personal development, and social image. This relentless pressure can leave us paralyzed by fear and indecision. But there's a way through. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This profound idea serves as the foundation for a vital technique, converting overwhelming thoughts into clear, actionable steps. When your mind is entangled with a massive worry or a complicated issue, don't try to solve it all at once. Instead, break it into smaller, doable tasks. Ask yourself, what is the next step I can take? Not the 10th, not the 5th, just the very next one. It might seem minor, but it's incredibly effective. By focusing on this one step, you redirect your energy from anxiety into productive motion. It's like working out a huge knot, loosening it strand by strand. This doesn't mean ignoring the complexity of your problems. It means tackling them with purpose, precision, and patience. Every small action builds momentum, and as you move forward, you'll look back and realize that what once felt like an immovable boulder is now just a collection of small pebbles. You've progressed, one step at a time. This approach cultivates patience, endurance, and faith in your ability to deal with difficulties. What once seemed impossible becomes something you've already moved past. Overthinking transforms into clarity and a sense of accomplishment. Sometimes, the key to escaping the maze of overthinking lies beyond yourself. Seeking wisdom outside your own mind is essential when you feel trapped in an endless spiral of thoughts. Often, our minds become so tangled that every attempt to think our way out only deepens the confusion. We try to solve the puzzle with the very thoughts that caused the problem, only to find ourselves stuck in a loop. This is the true essence of overthinking, a mental cycle that begins and ends within your own thought patterns, rarely offering clarity or escape. A wise man once gave his friend powerful advice. In all things, especially when they concern your own issues, seek counsel from others, because your own self-love can cloud your judgment. Simple yet profound, this insight reminds us that outside perspectives can serve as a guiding light through the murky waters of mental chaos. Stoicism encourages us to look beyond ourselves when we're caught in the loop of excessive thought. That insight might come from a trusted friend with a fresh perspective, a mentor offering experienced guidance, or even the timeless wisdom found in great books. In today's world, applying this principle is more important than ever. Reach out to those you trust and respect. It might be someone in your personal circle or a professional who can help you navigate your challenges. Sharing your thoughts not only clarifies them as you speak, but also invites constructive feedback, insights you might miss when lost in your mental storm. This approach offers more than just practical advice. It reminds us of the value of human connection. When we share our burdens, they often feel lighter. This isn't a sign of weakness. It's a recognition of the collective strength we have as social beings. Seeking wisdom outside yourself honors the truth that while we think alone, we grow and heal together. This is not about helplessness. It's about recognizing that collective wisdom and support have real power. Let the insight of others be the light that leads you out of the dense fog of excessive thoughts. With each genuine conversation, the mental puzzle begins to feel less complicated, not necessarily because the problems have changed, but because you are no longer burdened by them alone. In the presence of connection and shared understanding, even the most complex issues become more manageable. Together, solutions emerge, answers that might have remained hidden if you tried to face everything in solitude. When you embrace the support of others, you unlock a source of strength that allows you to confront intricate challenges with new perspective and resilience. It is in this unity that you often find clarity, guidance, and the courage to keep going. Practicing voluntary discomfort is a powerful method for breaking free from the loop of overthinking that often traps us. When we are confronted with uncomfortable changes or uncertainties, our minds tend to spin endless scenarios, attempting to predict every outcome and prepare for every possible unease. This relentless mental rehearsal can drain us, keeping us stuck within the perceived safety of our comfort zone, a zone that becomes a kind of mental prison where personal growth halts and anxiety grows stronger. But intentionally choosing to face discomfort helps train the mind to handle uncertainty and lessen the grip of over-analysis. This isn't about suffering for its own sake. It's about growth through small, deliberate actions that stretch you beyond your usual routines. Start with something simple. Take a cold shower, go to sleep without your pillow, or choose to walk instead of drive. These minor disruptions challenge the automatic patterns of your daily life, teaching you to sit with discomfort and observe what it reveals, without judgment or panic. It's essential to remember that this is not a punishment. Rather, it's a way of showing your overactive mind that discomfort isn't as dangerous as it seems. In fact, it becomes familiar with repeated exposure, and your mind begins to relax. You respond more calmly to change, focusing not on what is beyond your control, but on your own reactions and mindset. Voluntary discomfort has a paradoxical power. It strengthens you by teaching you resilience in the face of unpredictability. Over time, this practice develops an unshakable inner strength, a stable core that doesn't crumble with the natural ups and downs of life. You become more capable of handling difficulties, more accepting of uncertainty, and more at peace amid chaos. Eventually, this habit brings you a deep sense of confidence and emotional strength, touching every part of your life. When you find yourself caught in a storm of excessive thoughts, it often means you've become too focused on the fine details of life. The broader perspective gets lost, and your thoughts start spiraling into, "What if this happens?" or "What if that fails?" Each question pulling you deeper into mental overload. Even small issues can start to feel enormous and suffocating. Seneca once reminded us that life is not short because we lack time, but because we squander it. This reflection pushes us to think deeply about the fleeting nature of life. Every moment spent in overthinking is a moment we are not fully living. It becomes a missed opportunity to experience the richness of life, to be present, to grow, and to engage with the world as it is. Stoic wisdom encourages us to pause and reflect. Will these worries matter in the bigger picture of your life? Will they hold any real weight as time passes? Often the answer is no. That realization can be incredibly freeing. It invites us to take a step back and view our lives as a whole, to see how many of our current fears and doubts are temporary, and in the grand scheme, often insignificant. When you're overwhelmed by your thoughts, take a moment to breathe and remember. Life is brief. Ask yourself whether this mental storm is truly worth the limited time you have. Reflecting on the impermanence of life doesn't lead to gloom, it leads to gratitude. It helps you realign your focus toward what really matters, living with intention, cherishing the present, and letting go of what doesn't serve your peace. This shift in mindset is a powerful remedy for overthinking. It gently pulls your attention back to the here and now, reminding you to experience life fully. When you see life as a temporary canvas, not a permanent fixture, you start to paint it with bold colors, with joy, with presence, and with purpose. If you found value in this video, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let YouTube know that these messages are helping people like you and help us continue creating more meaningful content in the future. Have you ever stopped to wonder if you truly understand what you need to be happy? Don't worry, you're not alone. These days, we're all so caught up in the chase, running after goals, possessions, and people, that we lose sight of the fundamentals. Everyone seems to talk about happiness, but very few actually show you how to achieve it without selling illusions. That's exactly why we're cutting through the noise today, diving straight into what both psychological research and Stoic philosophy have to say, that happiness often lies in the simple, overlooked moments of life. Laughing, walking outside, waking up early, and yes, for the love of peace, turning off your phone every once in a while. Stick around, because in today's video, we're uncovering why science and ancient wisdom still speak truth in the 21st century. But before we jump in, listen closely to this story. It'll help you grasp the deeper meaning behind what we're about to explore. Once upon a time, nestled in a peaceful valley, lived a young man named Marcus. On the surface, his life seemed ideal. He had plenty of material things and everything appeared perfect. Yet, Marcus felt a nagging void inside, a sense that something essential was missing. Driven by this inner emptiness, he set out on a journey to uncover the real key to happiness. Along the way, Marcus encountered an old wise man who lived in a modest hut atop a hill. They spoke for hours, and eventually the wise man offered him 3 essential insights. He told Marcus that a happy life doesn't come from accumulating more possessions or gaining more power. Instead, true happiness is rooted in 3 core practices. The first, he said, is gratitude. Without the ability to appreciate what you already have, nothing will ever feel like enough. You must learn to be thankful for every small moment, every kind gesture, and every breath of life. Marcus nodded, breathing in deeply, but he was still unsure. Then came the second, acceptance. Life is a constant cycle of change, of highs and lows. If you can learn to accept things as they are, without trying to control everything, you'll find peace, even in the middle of chaos. The wise man reminded Marcus that while we cannot avoid life's storms, we can certainly learn to dance in the rain. Finally, the old man looked into Marcus's eyes and shared the third most important lesson. Love. Love what you do, love those around you, and above all, love yourself. Only when your heart is filled with love can you begin to spread joy to others and receive it in return. Marcus took in the old man's words and made the decision to live by them. Slowly, as he practiced gratitude, embraced acceptance, and opened his heart to love, he realized that his pursuit of happiness had reached its destination. It was never out there to be found. It was something to be cultivated from within. When he returned to his valley, his friends immediately noticed the transformation. When they asked about the secret to his newfound joy, Marcus smiled and said, "Happiness isn't a destination, it's a way of walking the path. It lives in the small things and in the present moment. When you live with gratitude, acceptance and love, you'll realize happiness was always within you." The moral of the story is simple yet profound. Happiness doesn't depend on what's happening around you, but on how you choose to perceive and live your life. So practice gratitude, embrace acceptance, and lead with love, and you'll discover that real happiness has always been within your reach. Now, before we dive into the first lesson, if you find value in content like this, I encourage you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of our updates. Let's begin with laughter. Have you ever noticed how much we tend to complicate everything? Life becomes so serious that we might as well be in a competition to see who can look the most stressed. And yet, science has been shouting at us to loosen up, slow down, and just laugh a little more. Laughter might not be the most quoted aspect of Stoic philosophy, but even the Stoics recognized the value of keeping a light heart. It turns out that laughter isn't just a form of entertainment. It's a vital remedy we often overlook. According to Dr. Lee Burke of Loma Linda University, laughter acts like a miniature warrior against stress. And not just any warrior, it's the kind that wears a suit of armor made of humor and joy. Dr. Burke's research shows that laughing doesn't just boost your mood, it also significantly lowers stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. So, the next time someone tells you that laughing is a waste of time, think again. Laughter is, quite literally, medicinal. Picture your life like a roller coaster, full of ups, downs, sudden turns, and those dizzying loops that make your stomach flip. In that wild ride, laughter becomes your seatbelt. It holds you steady. It reduces the chemicals that fuel anxiety and replaces them with endorphins, those feel-good hormones that can even ease physical pain. So, when your boss drops a surprise deadline or life throws a curveball, try to laugh. If not at the situation, then at yourself. And don't fall into the trap of thinking laughter is reserved for naturally funny people. Studies published in the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine found that laughter therapy helped cancer patients feel more positive and less depressed. The point is, laughter isn't just for sitcoms or comedy clubs. You don't need to become a stand-up comedian to enjoy its benefits. Start by laughing at life's imperfections, at your own little blunders, your friends' cheesy jokes, or even the absurdity of the daily news. When life feels too heavy, remember that laughter is your ally. It's a tool you carry with you that has the power to lift your spirits and anchor your soul in joy. Never underestimate the healing power of a good laugh. It could be the gateway to a more peaceful, more balanced existence. After all, laughter really is the best medicine, even if the doctor delivering it happens to be wearing a clown nose. Now let's step outside. Imagine your life as a high-stakes action movie. But instead of thrilling car chases or daring escapes, the plot centers around you, trapped under artificial lights, stuck in front of glowing screens, day in and day out. Not exactly an exciting narrative, right? It's time to press pause and ask yourself, is this really how you're meant to live? The answer may lie just outside your door. Reconnecting with nature might be one of the simplest, most powerful decisions you can make. And no, this isn't just a whimsical idea. It's backed by both ancient wisdom and modern science. The Stoics would surely approve of this return to the outdoors, not just for fresh air, but for clarity of mind and peace of soul. Throughout human history, we lived in tune with the rustling trees, the gentle breeze, and the song of birds. But now, we swap it all for air conditioning and sealed windows. Sure, they keep the bugs out, but they also keep life out. Research conducted in Japanese forests found that people who spent time in the woods, surrounded by trees, had significantly lower cortisol levels and slower heart rates compared to city dwellers. In simple terms, being in nature melted their stress away. So next time you feel like the walls are closing in, know that you don't need a fancy retreat. You just need a good pair of shoes and a trail, or even a quiet park bench. If anxiety and depression have become your constant companions, nature might just be the therapist you didn't know you needed. Studies show that even light outdoor exercise can elevate your mood, but it's not about checking nature off your to-do list. It's about forming a real, meaningful connection. Let the earth touch your feet. Breathe in the scent of freshly cut grass. Listen to the soothing sound of water flowing. These simple experiences can restore you more deeply than the strongest coffee ever could. And don't limit your nature moments to weekends. Science tells us that even something as simple as having a view of greenery from your office window can increase job satisfaction and decrease stress. So, if you can't work from a forest or beach, at least try to position your desk where you can glimpse a tree or two. In a world that moves faster than ever, spending time outside isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Nature offers us physical and mental renewal as clear and vast as a blue sky on a summer day. So, do yourself a favor. Reclaim your time under the sun. Why not allow nature to be your most trusted companion? At the end of the day, don't forget that one of the simplest shortcuts to happiness is right outside your door. That shortcut is nature. Let this sink in deeply, because there's one truth I need to share with you, my friend. The great outdoors might just be the best therapist you'll ever meet. Try waking up earlier. Be the kind of person who greets the day before the rest of the world opens its eyes. It seems modern life has conspired to make mornings feel like punishment. We all love the luxury of pretending alarm clocks don't exist, and there's a certain pride many take in saying, "I'm a night owl." But what if I told you that rising earlier could unlock a path to a healthier and more joyful life? It might sound like a tired old piece of advice, but stay with me. Researchers at the University of Toronto found that early risers tend to be happier and more optimistic. This might be your first wake-up call. If your day starts at 10 a.m., maybe it's time to rethink things. That said, I'm not asking you to suddenly set your alarm for 6 a.m. and leap out of bed like a jack-in-the-box. That would be extreme. Instead, think of it like tuning a guitar. Make slow, deliberate changes until everything feels harmonious. This is about syncing with your body's internal rhythm. Science refers to this as your circadian rhythm, and if that term sounds unfamiliar, it's one worth learning. These rhythms are like the tempo of a great symphony, orchestrating the best times for your body to function. When you sleep and wake in alignment with the rising sun, you tend to feel more energized and mentally clear. Picture this: starting your day with a warm cup of coffee in hand while the world still sleeps. That, my friend, is the essence of peace. Of course, things are rarely black and white. Some people are naturally more nocturnal. Genetics can play a role. But studies have suggested that this night owl tendency could be linked to higher risks of mental health challenges such as depression or schizophrenia. Now, I'm not sounding the alarm here, and being a night owl doesn't doom anyone to unhappiness. The issue is complex and often comes down to personal preference. So, how can you make the leap into early rising? Start by building a consistent sleep schedule. Go to bed at the same time each night, weekends included. Your body craves routine. Then try reducing screen time before bed. Those glowing devices are like mischievous children stealing your sleep. Finally, find a reason that excites you to get up. A new book, a morning jog, a hobby. What matters is discovering a spark that makes rising early feel joyful. Ultimately, getting up early is more than a trendy suggestion. It's a proven strategy to cultivate a more satisfying and meaningful life. It's all about balance and learning to understand your own internal rhythm. So the next time you're tempted to stay curled up for a few more hours, remember that happiness might be waiting just on the other side of your pillow. Rise and shine. Life won't wait for the ones who oversleep. As Marcus Aurelius wisely put it in his Meditations, every sunrise is a promise of a fresh start. Make it a goal to fill your days with plans. Have you noticed how weekends seem to disappear faster than a poorly brewed cup of coffee? One moment, you're anticipating a relaxing Saturday, and the next, you're waking up on Monday wondering where the time went. The good news is, there are ways to make your days off feel longer and more fulfilling. This is where a mix of Stoic wisdom and scientific insight comes in handy. The secret to a meaningful life lies in balancing thoughtful planning with spontaneity. Neuroscientist David Eagleman suggests that engaging in new experiences can stretch your perception of time, making life feel fuller. Imagine your brain as a camera. When you're stuck in a routine, the lens switches to automatic mode, capturing bland, forgettable moments. But when you break out of that pattern, exploring a new neighborhood or trying exotic food, you flip into manual mode, capturing vivid, detailed snapshots of life. Every taste, every ray of sunlight becomes more vibrant. But there's a catch. If you cram every moment of your day off with plans, you risk turning your free time into just another checklist. Research shows that over-planning leisure can backfire, leading to stress instead of relaxation. What began as a fun idea can end up feeling like another job. The solution? Be a bit more carefree. Give yourself permission to breathe. If your Saturday has no fixed plan, you might stumble upon a new hobby or enjoy a long overdue coffee with an old friend. Spontaneity opens the door to unexpected joy and unforgettable moments. Make a pact with yourself. Leave space in your calendar for the magic of the unknown. So, how can you make your free time feel less like sand slipping through your fingers? One idea is to dedicate one of your days off to discovering a new place, whether it's within your own city or just outside it. Visit a museum, take a walk in unfamiliar streets, or lose yourself in a vibrant local market. The key is novelty. And while you do plan, keep your expectations light. If something doesn't go exactly as you imagined, it's perfectly okay. Sometimes the best stories come from moments that weren't part of the script. It's also essential to reserve an unstructured day where you can choose in the moment whether to relax at home or venture out. Flexibility is crucial. Instead of focusing on collecting more material possessions, invest in experiences. Enjoy a meal out, attend a workshop, visit an exhibit. These things add rich layers to the mosaic of your life. Time, after all, is a subjective concept. How you live it matters more than how much you have. If you fill your days with intention and leave space for the unexpected, you'll find yourself enjoying each moment instead of feeling stuck in a relentless loop. Stoic teachings remind us that what truly matters is our response to life's events. So the next time your weekend seems to vanish too fast, remember, you have the power to shift that perception. Life is like a book, and if you don't venture out to explore it, you'll end up reading the same page over and over again. Never abandon your passions. When was the last time you truly thought about what lights you up inside? Those activities that make hours feel like minutes, that recharge rather than drain you. Modern life often nudges us into routines that suffocate the very things that bring us joy. It's like being told that the only route to success is through abandoning what makes your heart sing and committing instead to obligations that leave you cold. But who decided that fulfillment and work must be enemies? If you're questioning that, welcome to the mindset of Stoic thinkers, those who believe that the path to joy starts with self-awareness. An eye-opening study found that individuals who dedicated time to their passions were 18% less likely to feel sadness and experienced up to 34% less stress. That's not some kind of fantasy. It's the powerful result of living with purpose. So next time you think about shelving your favorite hobby, ask yourself if that sacrifice is really worth it. The answer is likely a resounding no. You might also wonder whether turning your passion into a career makes sense. The short answer is yes, but with a twist. According to the Harvard Business Review, the biggest benefits come when your work and your personal passions remain separate. In other words, just pursuing what you love outside of work can dramatically enhance your overall well-being. It's like giving your soul space to breathe. Productivity expert Laura Vanderkam puts it beautifully. She explains that time seems to stretch when we're deeply engaged in activities we love. In those moments, life feels richer and more enjoyable, more like a thrilling ride in an amusement park than a boring wait in a doctor's office. So, why not seek out those joy-filled intervals more often? Of course, all of this might sound wonderful in theory, but life isn't a TV series where you can skip the dull parts. This is where action matters. Instead of allowing stress and routine to dominate your life, try carving out time each week just for yourself, free from distractions, and dedicate it to an activity that truly excites you. Whether it's painting, writing, working out, or even trying your hand at cooking those dishes you've always wanted to master, the key is to embrace the process without the pressure of achieving a perfect result. The next time someone suggests that you abandon your passions, remind them that happiness isn't some far-off destination, but rather a series of moments we create by doing what we love. As Stoic philosophy teaches us, true happiness is found through self-knowledge and in the power to choose our own paths. Don't let the monotony of daily life extinguish your inner spark. Instead, fan the flames and let it light up your journey. As my father used to say, rest in peace, for he who does not dare to follow his passions will never know true happiness. In a world where haste and stress reign supreme, Choosing kindness can feel like discovering a forgotten $50 bill in the pocket of a coat you haven't worn in a while. It may sound cliché, but it holds a deep truth. When you choose kindness, not only do you brighten someone else's day, but you also do yourself a favor. Kindness is not just a gift for others, it's a kind of trick that often gets returned to you, sometimes with interest. Imagine waking up on the wrong side of the bed, late, with no coffee, and then your roommate's complaints about the photocopier add to the frustration. But instead of letting yourself get swept away by negativity, you choose to be kind. You smile, offer them coffee, and assure them that everything will be okay. Suddenly, the world seems a bit brighter. As Marian Rojas points out, kindness doesn't just boost self-esteem, it's a natural antidote to stress and depression. Doing something good for someone else triggers the release of serotonin and dopamine, those feel-good hormones that make you feel like you've hit the jackpot. While winning the lottery might not be a frequent event, kindness can spark a chain of positivity that spreads far beyond the initial act, much like the butterfly effect, but with smiles instead of wings. Of course, not everyone will view kindness favorably. Some may see it as weakness or naivety, but the Stoics have something to say about that. We cannot control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. So rather than allowing the negativity around you to pull you under, choose to be a beacon of kindness amidst the storm. Start small. A simple good morning or holding the door for someone can go a long way. Practice active listening when someone speaks to you. Sometimes all a person needs is to be heard. Offer help when you see someone struggling, whether it's with a heavy bag or a tough task at work. And don't underestimate the power of gratitude. Express thanks, not just for the big things, but for the small, everyday blessings, like the sun shining or a good book. The next time you find yourself caught in the grind of routine, remember that kindness is a gift you give not only to others, but to yourself. It can transform your day and the days of those around you. Don't let cynicism or negativity weigh you down. Take a moment to be kind and watch how the world changes around you. As the saying goes, kindness is the light that dispels the darkness of selfishness. When was the last time you said yes to life? Sometimes we say no when life invites us to experience something new. A friend invites you to a party, and instead of feeling excited, you come up with excuses. I'm too tired. I don't feel like meeting new people, or I don't know how to dance. When was the last time you let yourself be swept away by the current of life? Stoic philosophy teaches us that not everything is within our control, but what if we started taking control of something as simple as the word yes? It's true that change can feel intimidating, like diving into cold water on a winter day, a bit of a shock. But guess what? By the end of the day, the water is refreshing, and the feeling of having tried something new can be much more rewarding than staying at home and contemplating the imperfections of your surroundings. So the next time someone invites you to an event, challenge yourself to say yes without overthinking it. You might feel out of place at first, but as time passes, you might find yourself enjoying new experiences, meeting people, and doing things you never thought you could. New experiences release dopamine, that chemical associated with pleasure and happiness, so why not give that party, class, or activity a try? You might even discover that you have a hidden talent for salsa dancing, or that you're the next judo champion. Life is a grand stage, and if you don't step up to it, you'll miss the best performances. And if, after trying something new, you realize it's not for you, That's okay. You won't regret having tried. You'll have stories to tell, and more importantly, you won't be left wondering, what if? In the end, it's easier to complain about something you didn't enjoy than to regret not giving it a shot. So, next time you're offered a plan or an opportunity, take a deep breath, smile, and say yes. Remember, happiness isn't a destination. It's a journey full of small, brave decisions. Sometimes, the best decision is to step outside your comfort zone and let life surprise you. After all, as Epictetus said, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. How long has it been since you turned off your mobile phone? If you had to stop and think about it, then it's probably been too long. It's fascinating how something as small as a piece of plastic and metal has become an extension of our being, so much so that we often forget there's a world beyond the glowing screen. Turning off your phone is more than just an act of rebellion against technology. It's an opportunity to reclaim your mental and emotional well-being. Let's explore the benefits of disconnecting, even for just a little while, and how this simple act can transform your life. Research has shown that just 15 minutes without your device can have immediate positive effects on your well-being. It's like stepping out of the water after holding your breath for too long and feeling the fresh air fill your lungs. Imagine how freeing it could feel to disconnect, if only for a short time. And if you think your phone is only impacting your relationship with yourself, think again. Studies show that even having your phone in hand or on the table during a conversation can diminish connection and empathy. Those distracted glances and the constant, "Sorry, I was checking something," are more than just signs of disinterest. They actively undermine relationships. And if that's not enough to convince you, consider this. Giving up social media, even for just a few days, has been shown to lower cortisol, the stress hormone. Social networks like Instagram have been linked to poor mental health in teenagers. So how do you go about it? You don't need to embark on a spiritual retreat in the mountains, though that does sound tempting. The key starts with setting specific times throughout your day when you turn off your mobile phone. For instance, you could do this during meals, before going to sleep, or when you meet with friends. At first, it might feel challenging, much like trying to quit eating sugar. But over time, you'll notice a difference. You'll feel lighter and more connected to the world around you. Life isn't found on a screen. It's found in experiences, interactions, and the emotions we share with others. Turning off your phone from time to time isn't just a small gesture. It's a declaration of independence in the face of a world that constantly bombards us with distractions. By doing so, you improve not only your mental health, but also the quality of your relationships, making every conversation and shared moment more meaningful. So the next time you feel tempted to check your phone, remember that real life is unfolding right now, right in front of you. Burn this into your memory. Turning off your mobile isn't an act of disconnection. It's an open door to what truly matters. Now, let's talk about vacations and travel. Have you noticed how life has turned into a never-ending cycle of work, obligations, and that nagging feeling of, "You have time for this," which seems to haunt you even in your sleep? It's easy to feel like a hamster on a wheel, running tirelessly without getting anywhere. But what if I told you there's a way out of this madness? Yes, I'm talking about taking a vacation. And no, it's not just about snapping a picture with the obligatory beach backdrop so you can make your friends envious. Traveling is one of those gifts that not only pulls you away from the routine, but also gives your mental health a significant boost. Traveling isn't just a luxury, it's an investment in your well-being. Studies show that women who travel more frequently tend to be less stressed and more satisfied in both their work and personal lives. Imagine less stress and more happiness in your relationship. It's almost like finding a diploma in happiness without stepping foot in a classroom. Let's not forget the joy of having a trip planned. A study in the UK found that those who looked forward to a holiday reported feeling much happier about their lives in general. Just the idea of being in a new, exciting place could put a smile on your face. Think of it as a remedy for dull, grey days. You don't need to be on a beach to enjoy the thought of being there. Here's the best part. You don't even need an entire week off to experience the benefits. A study revealed that even a few days away from your regular routine can significantly reduce stress levels. So why not take a long weekend and visit that place you've always dreamed of seeing? You don't need to travel to the Maldives. Sometimes even a nearby destination can work wonders. It's up to you to decide. If work allows, make the time to plan your trips. Apply Stoic philosophy. Choose what you can control, which in this case is your time and priorities. Give yourself the freedom to break away from the daily grind and recharge. These small decisions can have a huge impact on your overall well-being. Don't underestimate the importance of stepping outside your comfort zone. Every trip is a lesson about yourself and the world. From trying a new dish to getting lost in a foreign city, each experience teaches you something new. So why not let life surprise you? Taking a vacation isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. It reduces stress, strengthens relationships, and most importantly, reminds you that life is more than the daily routine. Don't wait any longer. Pack your bags, choose a destination, and embark on an adventure. Remember, at the end of the day, it's the memories you make that will truly stay with you. Sometimes, losing yourself in a new experience is the best way to find yourself. Spending time with friends and family is another essential part of life that deserves our attention. Have you ever paused to think about what really matters in life? I'm not talking about whether your neighbor has a more expensive car than you, or if your co-worker just landed that promotion you thought you deserved. Let's focus on what truly matters, your relationships with friends and family. Yes, those people who sometimes drive you crazy, but who are the very heart of your existence. Because, let's face it, money can buy you many things, but it can never buy shared moments or the uncontrollable laughter at a family dinner. Numerous studies confirm that social interaction and family bonds are the cornerstones of a happy life. George Belant, a man who has dedicated most of his life to researching happiness, shared an undeniable conclusion after observing 268 men for 80 years. The only thing that truly matters in life is your relationships with others. It's that simple. So, what does this mean in practice? Instead of spending hours on social media, comparing yourself to the seemingly perfect lives of others, you should be investing time in building and nurturing relationships with those who truly matter. Imagine your relationships as a garden. If you don't tend to it, weeds will take over, and you'll be left with a barren landscape. Why not dedicate more time to the people who really make a difference in your life? Studies have shown that the stronger your social connections are, the more satisfaction you experience in life. The research suggests that increasing social engagement can add as much as £85,000, about $100,000 a year in terms of happiness. That's more valuable than any luxury car you could buy, and it should make you reconsider your priorities. After all, what's more important, owning a new gadget that will be obsolete in a few years, or having a meaningful conversation with a friend that makes you laugh until you cry? I'm not suggesting you become a hermit surrounded by people, but without connecting with anyone. Stoic philosophy teaches us that emotional control and finding balance are vital for a happy life. So, beyond collecting friends like trading cards, seek out meaningful connections that truly nourish your soul. Spend time with the people who support and uplift you. Have a dinner party, enjoy an afternoon of games, or simply go for a walk together. The possibilities are endless. True happiness isn't found in material possessions or in the relentless pursuit of external achievements. It's found in the quality of your relationships. When you look back on your life, it won't be the gadgets or the promotions that fill your heart with gratitude, but the shared moments, smiles, and hugs. As Seneca said, happiness is built on the footprints we leave in the hearts of others. Finally, helping others can be an incredible source of fulfillment. Have you ever taken a moment to consider the power of giving back? I know it sounds like a cliché, but there's something profoundly magical about the act of helping others. It's not just about being a good Samaritan. According to Professor Martin Seligman from the University of Pennsylvania, helping others can serve as a direct pathway to happiness. If you're searching for the secret formula to a happier life, perhaps you should look beyond your own concerns and focus on others. Who knows? You might even find the answer in someone else's smile. Science backs up what the Stoics have known for centuries. Happiness doesn't come from accumulating things, but from building human connections. When you choose to help someone, you're not only doing good for others, you're also triggering a chemical reaction in your brain. Studies have shown that offering support reduces activity in stress-related areas of the brain while stimulating those linked to pleasure. Essentially, by giving, you're giving yourself a little dose of happiness. It's not magic, it's neuroscience. Furthermore, research suggests that when you spend money on others, known as pro-social spending, you're more likely to experience greater happiness than if you spend it solely on yourself. Imagine inviting a friend to dinner or donating to a cause you care about, rather than hoarding material possessions that will only end up in the back of a closet. By doing so, you enrich your life with meaningful experiences and connections, and your brain thanks you for it. But what about that voice inside your head that tells you to focus on yourself first? It's a valid concern, but this is where Stoic philosophy can be helpful. Ancient philosophers argued that true well-being comes from living in harmony with virtue and purpose. Helping others isn't just a selfless act, it's a way to connect with your own humanity and, at the same time, with the humanity of others. In short, it's a win-win. Others receive help, and you receive a boost of happiness. Now, I'm not saying you should turn into a superhero or dedicate your life to charity. It can be as simple as offering a listening ear to a friend going through a tough time or sharing your knowledge with someone in need. The key is to realize that helping others can bring profound joy into your life. Committing your life to charitable causes can sometimes be as simple as being there for a friend who is going through a tough time or sharing your knowledge with someone in need. Never underestimate the power of a simple, kind gesture. At times, it can be exactly the light someone needed on their otherwise grey day. So, the next time you feel trapped in the monotony of everyday life, remember that there is a whole world of people who could greatly benefit from your support. Happiness isn't a destination to reach, but a journey that flourishes through the connections we form and the help we give. Ultimately, life is about relationships, what we do, and how these connections transform us. Helping others doesn't just enhance their lives, it also enriches your own in ways you might not expect. True happiness, in fact, might be found in being a little less selfish and a little more generous. Consider this reflection, which is truly priceless. True happiness is not found in what you possess, but in what you give away. Have you ever taken a moment to appreciate the good things in your life? Life is often a roller coaster, and sometimes it feels as though it's an endless ride of ups and downs. However, if you stop to think, you may realize that hidden among the chaos are little gems you tend to overlook. Life, with all its twists and turns, does throw unexpected surprises and occasional bumps in the road. But what if I told you that the key to a fuller, happier existence lies in focusing on the good rather than the bad? It's not about becoming a hopeless optimist who sees rainbows everywhere, but about embracing a Stoic philosophy that encourages you to change your perspective. Picture this. At the end of every day, you sit down with a notebook, not to draft the next great novel, but simply to complete a small exercise called the 3 good things. Yes, it may sound like another self-help mantra, but it's powerful. The goal is to write down 3 things that made you smile, or at least made you feel good that day. Perhaps it was that heavenly cup of coffee you had, or the fact that your neighbor finally decided to keep the noise down at 3 a.m. Whatever it is, what matters is that by doing this, you are training your mind to focus on the positive amidst a sea of negative thoughts. Science backs up this approach, as studies have shown that people who focus on the good experience significant emotional benefits. In a way, your brain is being stretched away from the mental inertia that typically leads to discouragement. Think of it as changing the channel from a boring TV show you dislike to one that actually captivates your attention. Yes, we know that it can be easier to remain in the comfort of negativity, like lounging on the couch with a bag of popcorn, but is that really how you want to live your life? Incorporating this practice into your daily routine doesn't have to be complicated. You don't need a fancy journal with a leather cover for it to work. Just create a small mental space to think about those moments that brighten your day. It could be something as simple as a meme that made you laugh in your WhatsApp group, or a stranger helping you carry your grocery bags. These small bursts of light are important. When you acknowledge and nurture them, you'll begin to realize how many moments in your life are worth remembering. This doesn't mean you're just keeping a journal. You can also do a conscious gratitude exercise. Ask yourself, what do I truly appreciate in my life? Sometimes the answer is closer than you think, even if it's as simple as taking a peaceful walk in the park. Focusing on these things not only improves your emotional well-being, but it also enhances your relationships with others. People who focus on the good tend to be more empathetic and generous, as if they have a magnetic pull for positive energy. Life, as we know, isn't a straight path. It's full of detours that can sometimes leave you feeling lost. However, by focusing on the good, you can better navigate the stormy seas of life. Practicing the 3 good things is more than just a mental exercise. It's a true act of self-love. So, the next time you feel overwhelmed, remember that there's always a ray of sunshine hiding behind the clouds. You just need to learn to spot it. Life is filled with storms, but what truly matters is how you choose to navigate through them. Now, let's talk about avoiding resentment. Have you ever felt like you were about to explode? Anger boiling inside, bitterness settling in your stomach like an unwelcome companion. Life is complicated enough without carrying the weight of resentment. Stoic philosophy offers us valuable insights into how we can release these emotional chains. Let's discuss forgiveness, a concept that, although easy to talk about, can be quite difficult to put into practice. However, surprise, It might just be the key to a happier life. Imagine, for a moment, that you're on a boat in the middle of a storm. You have two choices: continue fighting the waves, or let the sea take you to a calmer place. Anger and resentment are like those waves, relentlessly pushing you toward a dark place. Why hold on to them when you could let go? Forgiving doesn't just affect the person who wronged you, it also lifts the weight off your own shoulders. Forgiveness is not about ignoring the hurt or pretending everything is okay. Rather, it's about refusing to allow those negative emotions to control you. Think of it as a chess game. Losing a piece doesn't mean you've lost the game. Similarly, forgiving doesn't mean the other person was right. It simply means you're not letting their actions dictate your emotions. Research has confirmed what the Stoics have long known. Forgiveness is not just an act of generosity. It's a personal survival strategy. Studies have found that people who practice forgiveness tend to experience lower levels of stress and better mental health overall. This is not just a trivial fact. It's a reminder that taking care of your mental health should be a top priority. Forgiving yourself and others can act as a protective shield against stress, even helping to prevent more serious mental health issues. It's as if forgiveness were a type of emotional vitamin that strengthens your immune system against life's challenges. So, why not begin practicing it today? You might think that forgiveness sounds difficult, and yes, some days will be harder than others. There will be times when anger creeps back in like a mischievous cat trying to sneak into your house. On those days, remember, you are not alone. We all struggle with forgiveness, but it's a process. Sometimes, forgiveness can be as simple as letting go of a complaint you've been carrying around for too long. It's like cleaning out a messy closet. Once you do it, the space feels lighter. Forgiveness isn't about one person winning and the other losing. It's a gift you give to yourself. It's a tool that helps you keep your ship afloat amidst the storms of life. So, the next time resentment tries to take over your day, remember that happiness is a choice. Don't let others steal that opportunity from you. Listen closely, my friend. Forgiveness is not about forgetting. It's about freeing yourself from a weight that doesn't belong to you. If you've made it this far, I invite you to share your experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear about your journey toward happiness and self-improvement. Please consider subscribing and activating notifications, as this helps YouTube recognize that content like this is meaningful to people like you. Your support motivates us to keep creating more content in the future. I also encourage you to check out our last 2 videos. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you again on our next video.